Instead, traders contribute dues every 4 months, using those funds to maintain sanitation, pay environmental service providers, and manage the day-to-day running of the market.
My name is Adeni Ajibole.
Adeni Ajibole, who are you in this aluminium metal market?
I'm the financial secretary of the market.
Financial secretary, that means you have to do with money.
Yeah.
Okay, now what history can you tell us about Owode market before we move to what you do exactly in the market?
What I can say is that Owode market is a very big market whereby a lot of people are working, and we have, as my leaders also said, we have little children that if we are on holiday period, they will come here to come and learn. So even some who are even grown up ones, like the ones from the university or this, they do come here to come and look what belongs to the type of lecture they are taking. So all those type of things they do come here to come and see.
So
the IT job, so they will come so that they will know the practical part of what they are doing. So what they only helps so many people in this country. So as it is pertaining to the financial part of which I belong to, what do you here? We do know the way we gather money to face our challenges. So that one we are doing it promptly, that we have no problem in between ourselves. As we have said earlier that we have 11 lines in Owode, which each lines has its own chairman and secretary. In Owode, our senior executive members, we are only 4, which is the chairman, which is the president of the market, the general secretary, I, the financial secretary, and the treasurer. That's the 4, that is the federal executive. So apart from that, we have those 11 chairmen. We have 15 committee members. So that is how the house is.
Okay, now talking about the children that comes in to learn, is it that when they come in freely, you just teach them freely, or there are procedure to it whenever you want to come in to learn?
If they are coming, they will come through someone, maybe the son of one of us here or the daughter. They will use that opportunity to come. So if they come, they will now tell us this is what they are here for. Then we now encourage them to do what we don't collect money from anybody.
Wow. Even IT students.
We don't collect money from anybody.
So just come in, go through the normal process, see them, guide them, put them to the normal place they are supposed to be, and they continue learning.
Yeah,
okay, now speaking about finance, we know it is not always easy. People are always looking at those that is always financing money and all of that. And considering how big this market is, I know you've already said you people understand each other and knows how you guys work your thing concerning finance. But has there been any challenges whereby you have issues collecting money? You know, not everybody wants to give you money at that particular time when you request for it. How do you sort that out?
We don't have that type of issue. What makes us not have it is that anything we want to do, we will discuss it in our office there with all the chairman and the committee members. Then after leaving the office there where we discuss, everybody, the old chairman now will take it to their own lines. Getting to their line, they will call their members and had a meeting with them. That's, we want to collect so money. From there, they will now cooperate with their chairman. When they contributed the money from lines, it was the secretaries of the lines that will bring the money to the federal executive, and it will be recorded. So now we know how much we are getting from each line on any donation. So that is how it is.
Okay, now I know the secretary already said the money is always twice in a year.
Yeah.
So now what money do they collect? Do you collect?
We usually call it quarterly payment.
Quarterly payment.
The money is for our expenses. Likewise, our local government, we do pay them every month. But that money that we are collecting for 4 months, that money we'll be using it to pay them monthly. And from there, our PSP, we do pay them from that money. So it was that money that we use for all our expenses. If we say that this place is not looking fine, we have to put robots there, all this, that's the money we are using.
Okay, now you're saying the money is for the growth of the market.
Yes.
Now, the money that is being paid to the local government and PSP, what is it for? Because according to Secretary, he said some people gathered to get this land. So now, what is that money meant for that is being paid to them?
To the
Local government?
No, it's the local government charges now for we being here. That is it. There is no, their revenue is collecting money from us. That's the local government revenue that they are earning. So we do pay them every month. Likewise, the PSP. The PSP are the ones packing our ropes. So that is it.
So how has it been so far, being the financial secretary?
It's fine because everything is going well.
For how long have you been in this?
I've been 3 years as of May. It's been 3 years. So, and our tenure is for 4 years. So by getting to next year, May now, we have to bring our new executive. But normally here, if the government is doing fine, they usually use 8 years. Then they will call after that 4 years to say, gather everybody in the market. This, what do you want? Do you want change of government? If they say they want change of government, that tenure will go. But if they said you people should continue, you will continue. After 8 years, you drop it for another person.
So now, apart from being the financial secretary, what do you do in the market?
I'm trading also. I do sell wire mesh. I do sell wire mesh. I bought from the company and sell.
So how do you balance what you do and being a leader that has to do with finance?
Being a leader, my 6, I have boys that are working with me. At least there are about 5 in my job with me there. So I hand over everything to them. So coming back, when I come back from meeting, I go back to my shop and make my sales.
Have you had any issues with reporting, with money? Maybe you made a mistake. Have you ever made a mistake before?
Nobody that can never make a mistake. But in this my tenure, I will say no mistake like that. But I just believe if someone who has not been making mistake, if you make a mistake once, people will know that this one is just like that. But if that person is not good in accountability, they will be making mistake often.
So what is that thing you like about Odo-Onire market?
I like everything in the Odo-Onire market because Odo-Onire market is very peaceful, whereby you cannot see hoodlums. That is it.
So what are the things you've achieved so far, ever being in this market, working in this market?
I achieved a lot because part of my achievement is by training my children in school, bringing them to the level they want. So, and me myself, my resident, whereby I can build a house of my own, staying there with my family, doing that. All that to me is an achievement.
You walk through line 4, you see welding, grinding, fire, steel, but beyond the iron and machines are people whose lives have been shaped by the markets. Some inherited the trade from the parents, others came here as apprentices with nothing but hope. Today, many have become employers themselves. Let's hear from him.
Okay, now which line are we here?
We're in line 4.
Line 4, what do they do in line 4?
We have so many things, we have so many work.
Like we now, we are fabricators, we have weather, we have many people, many things we are doing here.
Okay, now what are all these things? Because I can see you guys are working. So what is the name of the thing you are doing?
My own work is actually a fabricator. We have many fabricators, like we have welders, we have burners, we are burners, we call us burners. We use gas, oxygen, needle for cooking. We mix it together to turn it to fire. As you can see there, we use to cut iron.
Okay, now we can see you guys are working on an iron presently. Okay, so what is the final result? What are you getting out of it?
Exactly. It depends on what you want to use it for. Like building a house now, it requires some iron to make some pillar to stand strong. So we are the one that fabricate it. We do it.
So for how long have you been in business?
Like, I'm actually an apprentice. So I've been in this work for like 7 years.
7 years?
Yes.
How did you meet yourself here? What makes you come to Owodonirin to start learning?
Like life after school, you know, to have a job.
So why do you choose this hand job?
Like it's something I see and I love to know about it. From there, started loving it.
How has it been so far?
We use bonitosh, we use some wrench, spanner, we use so many things. Hose to connect the gas together, many things.
So did you mold this particular one or you guys got?
We bought it. That's from China.
So you guys import from China. What other thing do you guys import to?
Many things. I don't like this. But exactly, we are already doing it in Nigeria right now. So these are from Nigeria. Now we have many things.
So now you import from China, then you guys see to it whether you guys can create it here too.
Exactly.
I'm Kende Ogutola.
Okay, now what do you do here?
We do what iron blacksmith work.
What is this place known for? What's this section called?
Owode, line 7.
Line 7. What is line 7? What do they do in line 7?
They do metal blacksmith, then they do some of artwork, then they sell wrought iron materials also.
So for how long have you been here?
It's about, let's say, me or everybody new. It's about 30 years now.
30 years?
Because here is my dad's shop. I work with him here.
Okay, so it was your dad that was working here, but now you are the one taking over.
Yes, I'm the one taking over.
So now what can you tell us your experience working here? How has it been so far?
In this Owode, it's very peaceful, and all what we are doing, we didn't have any problem with anybody. Because even when we do work, it's very safe. Then, so there's no problem with Owode living.
I'm talking about your own experience.
My own experience. This wrought iron blacksmith is a good work that I've been doing for long. I mean, it's for some people, it's not everybody that understands it, but the few people that understand it, they will know the more better about it. But it's a very good work. Even for here, I have some students that they came here to come and do IT here also.
And how has it been so far?
They are doing fine.
Okay, so what do you like about Owodonirin?
Owodonirin is a very peaceful place where everybody, we are unique. We have discipline here because there is no tout. We don't have any give chance for tout at all. So that's why Owodonirin is very good.
What time do you resume? What time do you close?
Yeah, at least they open the gate around 8:30, but majority of us we enter between 9:30 or 10 because of the traffic on the road.
So what time do you go home?
By 5:30, everybody will go home.
So all these aluminium I'm seeing now, is it that whenever your customer comes in to request for it, or you just do them down?
It's when the customer comes for it, we do it because we have different design that everybody wants. It's what everybody needs, we just do for him. So that's the way we do our things.
So who are those that patronize you?
It's welders. We have welders, we have other arts people that they come here. Anything design they want, anyone they want, we do it for them.
What's the challenging thing about this your job?
The challenge is that, sometimes when you collect jobs like that, because of sometimes these materials, it go high sometimes. Then if you don't know the price, you may have a problem. But at least we do find this before we collected the job.
So I can see you work with water and metal, hammer. Have you have any injury, any casualties?
Yes, we have been doing it sometimes, but we have to be very careful. Then we have to be more safety about what we are doing.
How do you protect yourself?
And we use gloves, then we use cover shoes, then we wear good clothes to save ourselves.
Now let's take a look and enjoy the view of Owode Oniri markets. And today, thousands of livelihoods stand on land they say they develop with their own hand. They train generations and lots more. A lot of students come here for IT. Young people come here to work and they were given opportunity. Behind every steel gate, every warehouse, every iron bridge, every fabrication workshop, there is a story. And perhaps the next time you drive past Owode Oniri, you won't just see an iron market, you will see a community that turned hardship into opportunity. This is a marketplace on ConsumerHallaTV. Until our next market story, stay curious.
Market like Owode Oniri are more than buying and selling. They are centers of livelihood, as you can see yourself. Thank you so much for joining us on this edition of Market Series of In the Marketplace. Do well to subscribe, follow, and comment under the comment section. Which markets will you like me to explore? Till I grace your screen again, I am Elizabeth Abefe. Bye for now.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the news at 2 on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Kike Lomo at Jibola. Nigeria's fixed income financial market is providing investors with positive real returns that outpace the national inflation rate. The National Bureau of Statistics reported that headline inflation fell marginally to 15.91% in June 2026. This slight decline allowed yields on several government debt instruments to surpass inflation, helping investors preserve purchasing power after a prolonged period of negative real returns. The return to positive real yield is largely driven by higher sovereign borrowing costs across the fixed income market. At the June federal government's bond auction, the January 2035 and April 2037 instruments cleared at marginal rates of 18.34% and 18.35% respectively. Additionally, the 364-day Treasury bill recorded a stop rate of 17.66% during its July 15 auction. And investor appetite has grown significantly as market participants continue to reposition their investment portfolios. Trading records show that Treasury bill turnover increased by over 137% to 1.51 trillion naira. Meanwhile, federal government bond turnover rose by nearly 76% to 1.20 trillion naira in mid-June, reflecting heightened trading volume. Despite a slight decline in national headline inflation, residents in 20 sub-national entities continue to face annual inflation rates above 30%. The latest Consumer Price Index report from the National Bureau of Statistics showed national headline inflation at 15.91% for June 2026. However, state-by-state data indicates that over 54% of Nigeria's subnational territories recorded severe inflationary pressures. According to the official figures, Niger State recorded the highest annual headline inflation rate in the country at 42.23%. Kogi State followed closely with 41.59%, while the Federal Capital Territory recorded 39.91%. Conversely, Imo State recorded the lowest annual rise at 19.47%. The wide disparity highlights significant regional price variations across the country despite the national easing. Other states recording inflation above 30% include Kwara, Plateau, Sokoto, Benue, Osun, Yobe, Kebbi, and Enugu. Analysts observed that local supply chain disruptions and transportation costs continue to drive consumer prices higher in the affected regions. As more Nigerians embrace online shopping for convenience and competitive prices, customer reviews have become one of the biggest factors influencing purchasing decisions. But while many shoppers rely on glowing ratings and positive comments to guide their choices, some say those reviews have left them disappointed or even defrauded. From products that fail to match expectations to outright scams, concerns are outgrowing over the credibility of online review. Elizabeth Eze reports.
For many Nigerians, online reviews before commodity purchase is the new trend. Shoppers scroll through ratings, comments, and testimonials, hoping to avoid costly mistakes. But for some consumers, those very reviews have been misleading.
Okay, the reviews I saw was about a jewelry that, okay, if I should buy this jewelry, it is not like it will not fade and it will last longer. That was the reason why I bought that jewelry.
It's the review and the comment I saw. People were saying, wow, I got mine, it was so fantastic, all of that. I said, okay, fine, let me give it a try. So I did mine and it wasn't working. So I don't know if it is my own luck. I mean, my own thing doesn't want me to.
I've been seeing a page around. I know I go through comment sections, people talk about, oh, it's good, it's this, and like I know someone who has gotten from there.
From jewelry and skincare products to household appliances, many online shoppers have been lucky with positive reviews influencing their choices with tales of no regrets.
Got jewelries and hair accessories from Shein.
Difference, the last one was skincare. Shoes, clothes, stuff like that.
Phone, I shop goods like hair and shoes.
For others, the consequences have been sore, the deceptive reviews leading them to financial losses, while some consumers say they received their products but not the quality they expected.
Scam. Like the other time I ordered phone from one platform like that on Facebook. I met them, we talked. They said I'm going to pay half of the money before they deliver the phone, and I ordered for 2 phones. I paid like full payment for one phone and half for the other phone. I didn't get the phone and I've not gotten the money up to today.
Oh God, it was a lot, because the items I saw on their app, it was different from what they brought for me.
Like 4 products, 3 inside was okay, but the 2 was not what I was expecting.
I bought a kettle a while ago, and all of a sudden everybody was like, oh, the kettle is nice, the reviews were so good. When I got that kettle, the kettle was shocking. It was before 3 days the plug spoiled and I had to repair it. So it was very, I'm like, oh, why are people leaving good reviews, and when it's my turn, it's not bad.
These varying but recurring experiences have shaped consumer behavior, as rating, be it incorrect, positive or negative, now force consumer to decide between online and physical shopping, more so now that certain businesses seem to firm positive testimonials in a bid to attract unsuspecting consumers.
Probably, let me just analyze this the whole thing. Those review and comments you see on their platform are faked. It's still them that have a different kind of account that they use to comment on that same thing, so that you now that is coming to meet them will feel like, this particular thing I'm getting, many have gotten it and the review is good. So
For real, most of those comments are fabricated, because one of the products that I got, I said was not working, was like the top sales. Like everybody talk about that one, but it reached my own turn. Now the story was different. Why was it like that? So allegedly, they say there are some business people who pay people to comment on their page.
As Nigeria's e-commerce sector continues to expand, Consumer Advocate says shoppers should look beyond star ratings by checking verified purchases, comparing reviews across different platforms, seeking recommendations from trusted sources, and being cautious of deals that appear too good to be true.
you can't predict if it is real. You only meet real people when you say, okay, the thing is pay on delivery. That is when I can do business.
Make sure you go through something before you buy. But in Nigeria, everything is hard. So there are many people who just set people products out there. It's not even their brand. Once they send them money, you won't hear from them again. I've been a victim of that too. So at least if you know that maybe influencers, someone you know has gotten from there, you go through comment sections. Even if everything is not 100%, at the end of the day, you will see 50% that is true there.
Elizabeth Eze, ConsumerHallaTV.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth Eze, for that report right there. And right now, the federal government has informed the Senate that public debt figures are being overstated by public commentators and media reports. Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, made the clarification while appearing before the Senate Committee on Finance. Oyedele responded to inquiries regarding claims that the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu had added 80 trillion naira to inherited debt. The minister explained that the perceived increase in public debt resulted from accounting adjustment and currency regulations rather than massive new borrowings. He noted that foreign currency debt components were reevaluated following naira exchange rate adjustment, adding over 40 trillion naira to the official debt stock. Additionally, the securitization of 33 trillion naira in legacy ways and means advances formalized existing obligations. Oyedele emphasized that actual new borrowing by the current administration remains significantly lower than public perception. He added that a large portion of domestic borrowing activity consists of refinancing maturing debt obligations rather than incurring fresh liabilities. The government reaffirmed its commitment to fiscal transparency and responsible debt management practices. The proposed African Atlantic gas pipeline has secured critical sovereign backing following an agreement signed by Economic Committee of West African state leaders. Head of state has signed the intergovernmental agreement during the regional bodies summit held in Freetown, Sierra Leone. Chief Corporate Communications Officer of Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Andy O'Day, confirmed the landmark agreement jointly promoted by NNPC Limited and Morocco's Office National de Hydrocarbons at the mines. The pipelines will span nearly 6,900 kilometers along the West African coast. The infrastructure is designed to transport 30 billion cubic meters of natural gas annually. Up to 15 billion cubic meters of this capacity will supply Morocco and European energy market. The project aims to link Nigeria gas reserves to demand centers across West Africa, the Sahel and Europe. Officials state that the pipeline will support regional electricity generation and accelerate industrialization. The agreement operationalizes approvals granted during the regional summit in Abuja in December 2024. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has stated that it supplied all available crude oil cargoes under the Naira for crude policy to the Dangote Petroleum Refinery. Spokesman Andy O'Day clarified the stance following reports that the refinery received 4 million barrels monthly instead of 13 million barrels. The refinery had previously cited supply shortfalls as the reason for transitioning to dollar-denominated fuel sales. O'Day explained that as a 7.25% equity shareholder, NNPC Limited maintains a direct interest in seeing the facility operate at full capacity. He stressed that 100% of available Naira-denominated crude cargoes in 2026 were allocated without withholding. Actual off-take volumes depend on crude availability, nomination timelines, and operational schedules. The National Oil Company affirmed that engagement with the refinery management remain constructive to resolve operational gaps. Both entities are working together to ensure a stable supply of refined petroleum products for the domestic market. NNPC reiterated its commitment to supporting domestic refining capacity under the federal government policy framework. Electricity generation companies has expressed concern over the effectiveness of the federal government's 4 trillion Naira presidential power sector debt reduction program operating under the Association of Power Generation Companies. Producers warned that fresh liabilities exceeding 7 trillion Naira could accumulate before full implementation. CEO Joy Ogaji stated that while producers support bond issuances, monthly debt accumulation requires a broader structural solution. The warning coincides with the federal government plan to issue a second bond worth 729 billion Naira to settle verified legacy debt. Nigerian Bulk Electricity Trading PLC confirmed an investors forum ahead of the issuance, which will bring total Phase 1 bond values to 1.23 trillion Naira. The latest tranche follows the initial 551 billion Naira bond issued in January 2026, which met its first principal repayment on July 14, 2026. NBET emphasized that the capital market issuances reflect the government commitment to resolving verified debt obligations. However, power generation companies maintain that monthly shortfalls in the electricity market threaten liquidity. Stakeholders are calling for comprehensive market reforms along debt clearance to ensure long-term financial viability. And right now, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has resumed enforcement of digital, electronic, online, or non-traditional consumer lending regulations. 2025 Director of Corporate Affairs, Ondeje Ijagu, confirmed the development following a Federal High Court judgment in Lagos. Justice A.L. Alogwa dismissed a legal challenge filed by the Wireless Application Service Providers Association of Nigeria. The court ruled that the consumer lending regulations fall within the statutory and constitutional powers of the Protection Commission. Justice Alago discharged an interim order that had previously altered the implementation and enforcement of the rules. The decision clears the legal pathway for regulators to oversee digital lending platforms across the country. With the legal challenge resolved, the Commission will enforce compliance standards to protect consumers from unfair lending practices. Digital loans providers must adhere to statutory requirements regarding interest rates, operational transparency, and debt collection methods. The Commission reiterated its mandate to maintaining a fair digital financial ecosystem. Thank you so much for joining us for the news at 2 this afternoon. Once again at ConsumerHallaTV. To stay connected, to listen to more news updates, please follow us across all our social media platforms displaying right now on the screen, and also head over to our TikTok account at ConsumerHallaTV. I'm Kike Lomo at Jibola. Good afternoon and continue to have a lovely day.
My people, how una dey? Welcome to another episode of How Market Today. And on this episode, we dey for Ken Village, Maryland, Lagos. I hear for Aproko say dem dey use Ken do basket, use Ken do chair, use Ken do everything wey dem dey use decorate house. This one, e full my eye o, but I no go wan drop the gist. Na why you guys dey for this show? Follow me, make we go talk to people, know how dem dey take do all these things with cane. I hear for gist say na with cane o, but this gist no be for only me. All of us go dey watch am. Oya, mo dey waka. Good morning, ma.
Good morning, ma.
Wetin be your name?
My name na Rachel.
Rachel, wetin be the name of your business brand?
Rachel's and Crafts.
Rachel's and Craft.
Yes.
Okay, Madam Rachel, wetin you dey sell for this place?
I dey sell baskets, wedding basket, laundry baskets, fish baskets. If you want do engagement, come. We go give you different kind of baskets. For your house, so laundry, or chairs, or everything, we get am here.
Okay, so where dey make all these things from?
Na here we take dey do am.
Na you dey do am?
We dey do am, yes.
Which material you dey take do am?
We get cane, we get raffia.
Okay, so how business so far? Make we start from today. How market today?
Today we go first say we thank God, but the rain no really make us fit showcase our market well. So the market dey somehow today sha.
Okay, between last year and this year, how market so far?
Last year, by this time last year, we see better pass this one all day. So this time, they really affect us. It no make sense. The market no go well like that.
So you dey talk say last year better pass this year?
Yes, last year still dey more preferable.
Okay, make we come back to wetin you talk. You say you get basket, you get, so show us the things, different shades wey you get. This one na wetin?
Like this one, if you put onion for house, ginger, garlic, onion, and some people dey use am serve amala for party these days. Yes, so they use am serve amala for party.
Okay.
And na this one be the laundry wey na talk.
Okay.
Na 3 sizes, big, medium, small, for laundry for your house.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So what about this one wey be like broom?
Na flower, grass, pampas grass.
Okay. Wetin dem dey use am do?
Decoration. E get vase wey you go set and put. They dey very fine. Put am for house. They use am for wedding too, or your office.
Okay, so wetin be the most expensive item wey you get here?
Most expensive, say chair or normal basket?
Anyone, put all of them join together.
Na chair dey cost pass.
How much e be?
We get chair wey worth 800. We get the one wey be like 1 point. So
una big for this area o.
Nah, we no big o.
So wetin be the challenges now wey you dey get, wey you dey face for this market, for this business?
As we no get shop again, no say they don scatter our shop, so rain dey spoil our market. Dey spoil am well well. He say na when we get shop, we no go even bother, we go even sell. He say na when we get shop, because we go fit showcase the market well. But as e dey now na cover, now we don dey one pack again cover as the rain wan start. So na the challenges wey.
This business, e dey quick spoil, or e get anything wey go do am, e go quick spoil?
No dey quick spoil. This rain na to change the color, and most customers no go like if e don dey brown. They go dey look say maybe na old market, but they no go know say na the rain na change the color. E no dey quick spoil, e dey last.
So I wan ask you, when you dey sell market pass?
Na December. Na December we dey show December.
But now wey no be December, how people dey react?
We dey manage. Now na management time, but December we dey show, we dey play well well.
Abi o?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, ma.
Good morning, sister.
Wetin be your name?
My name na Endurance, but I tell my customer my name is Endurance Basket.
Okay, Endurance Baskets. Okay, Madam Endurance Basket. What you they sell for Ken Village, Maryland?
I'm selling amper baskets, mats for decoration, vase, and these drums here, and can see laundry baskets. We have this one in raffia. We call this raffia laundry basket, but it's made from the nuts. Why we made this here? This one too is raffia. We call it iron. This one is made here.
Okay, so where you they get this material where they use do all these items?
Some of the material, like this raffia now, we dey buy them from Togo. And this one, some of them from the Kano. And why the cane one, anything made with cane, we buy them from North. Sometimes they bring the material from Delta State, let me say Warri, or this Talking, some from Aja, Waterside.
Okay, you don't travel go all these places where you mentioned before.
I'm from Delta State. I'm an Robo girl. So all these places, most of the cane say, I don't go there. I've experienced the way they get it, the way that they cut them. I don't enter the bush myself before. Good one.
Okay, so how market so far? How market today? Today, make we start from today. How market today?
Today, I thank God, because in everything you thank your God. When there is life, there is hope. So the sales for now, get a see, because rainy season, I'm just coming. It has not been long why I just come. So for now, glory be to God.
Okay, so compare your sales from last year and this year. How it be?
My sales last year, I thank God. Last year is better in everything. But this year, like our business now, December, now you go make sales. Like this now, manage. But once we enter, like, let me say, November. So we don't enter November, October, November, the market go, they come small, small.
Okay, so I will come back to that one where you talk, the time where you they say where. So what about this year now, from January till, say, yeah, don't go half. How business be?
I thank God.
So wetin dey affect this business now? Wetin be say they Oyibo people go say delicate to this business. Wey be say if e happen now, this business go slow.
Like delicate people say e go slow. That is, if we not get material enough. Like last year now, material really scarce. No material. Mostly this our cane, very scarce. Wey be say no material to work. So we have to use all this rattan. They call it rattan. All this China rubber. What do they do here? So we have to use some. Make for fee do market outside, because there's no enough material of the rainy season now. They can't bring cane from the bush outside. Everywhere is flooded with water.
Okay, you say na December period you dey sell, November, December period you dey sell market. Wetin be your customer reaction now wey no be that festive period? Wetin be their reaction if they come here?
Their reaction, they will say that we are not in December. Oh. So don't call price for me. Oh. Be their reaction. So we'll sell them according to book for 50 something, take, go house, come out in the morning.
So you dey try talk now, say this period, you dey sell them below wetin you suppose sell for December.
They sell them below for this period.
So how they take affect your income? How they take top up? They go all this North, Delta, all these plenty places where you call, since you dey sell them below.
Well, we have to go see, now manage. Go still manage. Take, gather money. For we gather money for now, go sell, be the day add. Because we don't almost use everything, it's finished. So that is it. And they affect.
So share your challenges and your experience on top of this business. Because you see, say this business, not be waiting person go just wake up one morning. You don't say, my go buy baskets. My go, so.
I mean, then when they talk and say, who they buy baskets, they try. Because not be food. Not be food though. Who they buy, who can say one buy baskets? You buy basket 5,000 naira. You buy one 3,000. He try yo. Now who don't belle full. Now they buy baskets. Don't be for who never chop belle full.
So you don't mention the prices now. Now make you go carry me go to the next question. The most expensive basket or item where they here. Now how much?
The most expensive basket like this one now is 25,000 naira. Now be the expensive one where they among this one fairly for years. So
the least one now how much?
the least one way low for here. Like this small one now. That I'm been a small one. For cause of say we did now, they sell on 3.5. But December period supposed to be 4,000, 4.5.
Okay, thank you, ma.
You're welcome.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning, ma.
Wetin be your name?
My name na Yemisi. My brand name na Everything Crafts.
Everything Craft.
Yes.
So wetin you dey sell for this place?
I dey sell rantan chairs, cane baskets, swing chairs, props for decoration, chandeliers for events, people dey do wedding. They sell all those things.
So where you dey bring all the materials wey you dey use do all these things?
The materials dem vary. Some not like this type material now. They come from Delta State. Some they come from Kano. Some na from Cotonou.
So now you dey do am or you dey there where dem dey do am?
Me na dem born me inside. Na my mama first start this work. So dem born me inside, they do am. God come bless me. I can't get workers too wey dey assist me. We dey do am together.
So make we start for the question. How market today? Make we start for today own first.
If not today, I never sell anything because rain no let us sell. The market dull. Maybe na the economy. But for today, I never sell anything.
Okay, make we check from last year and this year. How market so far?
We thank God. E dey move, but no be as e dey before where the economy never bad. But we thank God. We dey see small thing dey chop the whole body.
Okay, so wetin be your customers' reactions towards this business? You like na wetin dey react to na price, abi the make?
They react to two things: the price and the availability. As the price go up, then they complain. And availability be says materials scarce to get. So if they order some market, we know they get them available. Somebody go to use and they buy all those China products, but that China, I know they last. You know, strong reach this our own.
Because this one na handmade.
Yes, na handmade. We sit down they do am one by one. So now the difference be that.
So what be the most expensive item where you get here? If you show us.
The most expensive for here now. Now that laundry.
Okay. How much it be?
The full set of that laundry now 65,000. Because now 3-in-1. They for different sizes. 3-in-1.
So why you dey sell this market pass? When be your cash out periods?
Okay, now December. Now December. Now we dey sell in large quantity.
But now when no be say that December period, how you dey take do am?
We dey live every day as e come. If we sell, we thank God. If we no sell, we still thank God. We dey manage the little way we get. We go sharp turn up, come again the next day.
So your customers outside, the consumers outside, now wetin you want, your experience and challenges wey you wan share to them about this business? No be wetin person go just wake up one morning, you don go dey buy baskets.
This our business. E dey very lucrative. If you learn now, when you calm down, you learn now, you go enjoy am. Nobody go just sleep wake up say I wan dey sell basket. No, you first come learn now, get the understanding. So I go fit as dey maintain am now wey rain dey. And even when rain no dey, how you go fit dey sustain am? That one too dey important. So you have to learn it before you can venture into it. At least have the background knowledge about it.
Then your customers nko now wey no be obule period, wetin you wan tell them? Concerning price.
I go dey beg them say make they patronize me. No be me be government wey let the economy bad, but I still dey give them small discounts. People wey don dey, even with a new customer, I will still give you discount. So I go fit come again next time. I no fit chop am.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, ma.
Good morning, ma.
Wetin be your name?
My name na Grace.
Grace, wetin be your business name?
Top Notch Crafts.
Hey, Obonge Top Notch. Clock it for Top Notch Craft.
Thank
so,
you.
ma, wetin you dey sell for this place?
I dey sell baskets, I sell fruit baskets, I sell rantan chair, I sell laundry, lampshade, sandalia, fruit baskets, anything accessory to design.
So you see, say this thing is strange, oh. So where then they get the material, where they do all these things?
Okay. This material, most of them we do by ourselves here. There's some who say we order, they move from Kano for us, order from Kano, they'll bring for us, we pay, we sell. So, but most of them we do am by ourselves for here.
Okay, make I ask you, how market today?
My sister, we thank God. Because na rainy season we dey, no sales. No, how we want to open the market, say we won't sell. But we just thank God.
Okay, you don't talk say na rainy season we dey, and this your business. Now, how you dey take preserve am? How you dey get wetin go do am, e go spoil, or how you dey take do am? Since you don't talk am say na rainy season we dey.
If water don't touch am, e dey okay.
Okay, now why you not dey cover am like this?
Yes, to avoid water. Because no be lot of them if they collect water. If na not we say we do with cane, even though water touch am, we fit still spray. We will spray am, change the color. But all this raffia, their color will change.
Okay, that means say na different material. You get the one of this raffia, you get the one where they use with cane.
Yes. So the raffia one, luckily for us, we dey see some customers where they will say they need that way, the one way they brown, we don't burn. So now that from there we see those ones sell that make just waste. You understand? Like this one now, we paint color brown. Yes.
Okay, now paint they paint.
Yes.
Now so now they do for you.
Now God.
So now they paint this one. Okay, you fit paint to any color where you want.
Any color you want. You paint.
Okay. So from December last year and this year, how market compare them? Just do your plus and minus. Tell us.
Last year market is sweet us past this year. It's sweet us past this year. Because no space, no shop, no store again. Where before we dey outside, sunshine we dey outside. We just dey thank God.
Okay, so tell me how your customers they take react. You know, say person go just wake up one morning, you say na basket you won't come buy. You go call your price, you go do your plus and minus. How did they take react?
My sister, na beg we dey beg them.
You know they beg for you.
Na beg we dey beg. We no fit do shakara. We no dey island. We no get shop. So we na help us buy. We no fit chop up. No be rice and beans. We na help us. Pikin dey house. We go parents. You understand? So that's what they do. We need to pamper our customer. So they know us she get pride. We no follow and buy again. No. Because without them, we no fit chop. Without us, then so they no go chop. We help each other. So that's what it be.
So when you dey sell business more, when be your cash out period?
My sister, na December. December.
And so now when no be say na December where we dey, how you dey take do am?
God still dey do am. God is sustaining. That is why I would say if they do one business, may you keep something for rainy season.
And at that rainy season we dey like so.
You understand? We need to keep because I say in the fall now, we not selling since morning. So we thank God. We still dey thank God. So if they get, they save. So if rainy season starts, you don't go to weigh you down.
Okay, you know say you know new for this business now. So share your experience, the challenges where you dey face, from where you dey buy ammo, from customers. Just tell us what you don't see, what your eye don't see.
My sister, we get many challenges too. Because sometimes materials they fuck up. Especially if you get order, your customer ask for, who you give? Because you don't do everything by yourself. Who you give up when they go fuck up? If customer call you, you go lie small, you go talk to small. You understand? Nobody dey perfect. So madam abeg oga no vex. You understand? They no fit go another place. Also they wan go, nobody dey perfect. They will still look at make a change. So if you no wan lose your customer, you go still dey beg them, and you go try make they meet up with time and work wey dem give you. So you no spell your name.
Thank you. Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
Wetin be your name?
Rufiat.
Yes. Okay, so wetin una dey sell for this place?
We sell rattan. You can see chairs and swings, a lot of furniture like this. You can see it. And we have it in varieties of colors.
Okay, where una dey get the material wey dem dey use do this thing?
The materials is an imported materials because it's rubber. So it's an imported material.
Okay, this one na rubber?
Yes, it's rubber.
Okay, so how market today?
The market has not been going well because of the rain. A lot of people have been staying indoor because of the rain, but we thank God.
Okay, compare this year and last year's season. How e dey be?
We thank God, Sha. That's all I can say. Thank God, because we have not really done the calculation of last year compared with this year, and this year has not come to an end, so I can't really say.
Okay, so una customers, wetin be the most expensive item wey dey here? You fit show me.
There's a lot of item. It depends on the one you want. Like this one now, it sold for 250. Okay, this one now, it sold for 350,000.
Okay, and na set be that the three of them with the table.
Yes. So it depends on the one that the person wants. It depends.
Okay, when una dey sell market pass, when this business wey be say if you come now una cash out periods.
It's mostly December period.
Oh bule.
Because a lot of people want to open their houses, they want to open their event center, so they will need the share to open for the year. So mostly December period.
Okay, now wey no be December period now, how una dey take manage? Okay, e dey rain, this thing e dey quick spoil. Wetin una dey do wey dey cause una challenges for this business?
This thing, it does not spoil easily because you can see under the rain and under the sun, you can use it anywhere. It does not spoil easily, it's reliable. So the only challenge that I know that we are facing is the rainfall now, because a lot of people will not be able to come out during the rain, and we do more of social media as well. So
if they say make we weigh am now, if customer come, you know say this thing na no be wetin person go just wake up one morning come buy. Like you talk, say na house opening, event center, all those ones. And when they come, when you get consumers or customers, how they take handle them?
We handle them with care. We tell them how they can be able to manage it, how they can be able to use it. Some of these customers, they not really know more about it. You actually explain to them how you can make use of it, so that it's going to last more longer. That's how we do it.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
My people, una don see wetin we come Ken Village, Maryland, Lagos. Use our eyes see. This one na wetin dey call something unusual, because wetin we see today now mostly wetin dey use hand do. People talk say market e dey go well o, some talk say e dey go slow, some talk say na only obule period wey dem dey sell. All join na still business dem dey do. So for you to dey see this kind program more, your eye need to stay for this program well o. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow all our social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, ConsumerHallaTV. My name na Elizabeth Eze, and na me dey bring una ogbonge gist on how market today. See you on our next episode on how market today. Bye bye for now.
If you can dream it, definitely you can achieve it. This is a welcome note to another episode of Market Innovators, the program where we sit down with entrepreneurs, innovators, business leaders, and visionaries who are transforming business industries and creating jobs and driving economic growth through innovation. I am your host, Iremofe Kofoworola. Nigeria's agri-business sector holds an enormous potential with abundant agricultural resources, a growing population, and increasing demand for locally manufactured products. Entrepreneurs are demonstrating that indigenous foods can become world-class brands through innovation, quality, and strategic leadership. Today's guest is one of those entrepreneurs redefining the future of local manufacturing. She has transformed one of the Nigeria's most traditional snacks, kuli kuli, into a premium NAFDAC certified food product. proving that local brands can compete in both domestic and international markets. Beyond entrepreneurship, she is also passionate about empowering women and girls through menstrual health advocacy while contributing to media development as a respected journalist and media executive. She is the founder and chief executive officer of Vitabite Foods, founder of the Pardon Me a Girl Empowerment Foundation, publisher and editor-in-chief of Gatmatch News, and chairperson of the Nigerian Online Media Alliance, NOMA. Please join me in welcoming Madam Teresa Moses. Welcome to the show, man.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's so good to be here with you.
Yeah.
And before the show, I was telling you that we have so much to, unpack, to discuss and all that. So to begin with first, tell us about your journey. What inspired you, your passion into, several things, including entrepreneurship and agribusiness.
Okay. So it started. Quickly is a grassroots snacks. It's been on for ages, and it started. When I was going to school, I used to take money from my mom's purse to get it. So I came to Lagos. I grew up in the north, Plateau State to be specific. I came to Lagos, 2002, and the next thing, that's a northern experience is not here in Lagos. So like 5 years ago, I went to a store to get snack. I was craving for snack, and I just saw something in the shelf, and they said it's coolies. I said, what's that? And I looked at it, and I saw, and I bought it. I was curious to taste it, and it wasn't what I grew up eating.
Wow.
I was like, no. And I have a lot of friends that we all grew up in Jos and we're in Lagos, and I just called one person, and the person said, yes, now it's not like the way it has been. And that's said, no, I can prepare it. Because growing up, my mom used to do it as a punishment, actually. She'll send me to go where they produce kulikuli and keep me busy, because I play with the boys. I am the baby of the house, and I'm the girl, and I have 3 brothers ahead of me, and my immediate elder brother is 12 years older than me. So I play with the boys more. So I'm more or less a tomboy. So I don't carry babies and all that. So to keep me busy, my mom takes me to that aspect, that place for me to play, to keep me busy. Or not to me, she's training me to, and yes, so many years down the line, I now said I can do this thing. That's what inspired me to go into production of kulikuli.
Interesting. Amazing journey there. So this is off camera, please. I love kulikuli. I mean, there's nothing like our local snack. Absolutely nothing like it. All right, so you wear many hats, and that is so amazing. It's not easy for you to find people who do diverse things yet meaningful. You're an entrepreneur, a journalist, a media executive and all that. So how do you ensure that you create a balance in all of these things to ensure that, yes, you are quite successful?
I think the one I just tell you is what you know. There are still others. I'm actually a mother as well. I have a 17-year-old daughter and a 15-year-old daughter.
Amazing.
Yeah. So
wow. Absolutely.
So the thing is passion. Passion for what I do. I love cooking. I love reading. I love media. So all of them put together, so it's not stressful, it's just seamless. It just flows. When it's time for production, I do it. When it's time for media, I do it. You call me midnight and say, oh, you have a job to do, PR, I'll still run it.
Wow.
So it flows. It doesn't disturb me. I feel I'm born with it. So it's not challenging. That's why people see that it's stressful. I was like, really? I love it.
Wow.
So it's passion. So I have love for it, and that's motivated me to do more, and I'll still do more, because kulikuli is just one aspect of what I'm doing in Vitabite. I intend to do more.
Interesting. So now I was going to ask you what really inspired you to empower the girls. Now I see that you have have girls as well.
Yeah,
and that might be by the way. So let's talk about before we talk about that thing, why do you feel the need to empower the girls? You talk about the menstrual hygiene and all of those things, because I remember I grew up in the midst of girls. I have sisters, and I have a lot of female friends. So I learn from them. I know a bit of all these things, and I know how sometimes they experience cramps and all of those things, they're in pain and all. So what really inspired you to say, okay, I want to educate people on this and all that?
I grew up in Plateau State, Middle Belt, and the northern part of Nigeria. Life in that side is not as luxury as here in the southwest. So when I was privileged to have that, my first experience, my mom called me to the room and she told me how to use sanitary pad. So my first experience, I started with the sanitary pad, a popular brand, that I don't want to give free publicity. So I started using sanitary pad. I never used tissue. I never used that. So I grew up using sanitary pad. But down the line, I noticed there are people who can't afford it growing up. So when I carry mine to school, I can share to some. You understand? Because I know I have access to it. But growing up, and I realized that. So I thought it was that fine. But years down the line, I'm a mother. And I realized that aside I have girls, and I realized that there are still girls in this age and this time who cannot afford sanitary pad. We all focus on those in this place, IDP camp. We focus on food to give them to eat. But we don't care about the girls and their menstrual health. And do you know that because of religion, if you are menstruating, you are unclean. You can't go to school, you can't associate with your people, you are being stigmatized. And again, you don't even have the necessity to keep yourself clean. You see the challenge? So that's why I took it upon myself to, okay, this is what I want to do. And it's been so amazing. I have support. I don't really do it basically here. I go to the north, IDP camp. Being Abuja, during my IDP camp in Abuja, they know us there. Benue, Otese IDP camp, that's the biggest IDP camp in Benue State, and Kadorko in Nasarawa. So we tend to go more.
Wow, amazing. I'm so proud of what you are doing in that, because I know what it feels like when, when it comes to menstrual hygiene and all that. So well done on that. So let's look at this. I said earlier I like kuli. So I want to go into that. All right. So I made mention of the fact that at VitalBite you are looking at other products that might be in future. But why kuli? Although you stated earlier that your mom would say go to where the processing, all of those things was taking place then. But why not any other snack? Why do you think, okay, that is what you really want to do? And what other products in future do you have in mind, for VitalBite?
Kuli is a product of groundnut. And we in Nigeria happen to be one of the largest producers of groundnut. So we focus on Kuli is actually more or less like, if you look at it, it's not actually the waste product of groundnut, but it's actually main product of groundnut, because what you use basically is groundnut. Then we can now add the spices to it. So I now look at it, it's something that is in the market. It's something we all know. It's something we are familiar with. But the disadvantage is that they carried it in wheelbarrows, they expose it. It's open, it's unbranded. So people look at it like it's not edible, but it actually is. So I now took it up to say that it's something that we already know. So what I just did was just make it more hygienic. The processing was hygienic. For me to go through NAFDA to get registration is not easy. To make it hygienic, then make it premium packaging. Then, of course, innovation comes in, branding comes in. Not talking about it. So it's not that you can see the difference. You see VitalBite kuli is different from other kuli because of the packaging, the branding, and the process at which we go about it. We don't just pick granite and just do it. The process is hygienic for consumption. And again, the ingredients we put into it, we still spell it out. Even though there are some people who don't want, they will reach out to us and say, oh, we want ours in this kind of flavor. We don't want granite like one of the ones I have in Maryland that I got to supply to Maryland in US. They say they don't want, I did 2 parts. The one with pepper, the one that is spicy with pepper, and the one without. So some people don't want the spicy one, some want the plain one. So it depends on the order, so make it. So aside that, basically nothing really stressful, but it's still the local snack, but we just want to put more premium to it. It's something we are used to. It's not something that we don't know. Kuli, basically everybody knows it. Everybody has tasted it. But the only thing that makes you not to look at it twice is because of the packaging and the way it's being exposed. Basically, that just it.
I love that. And who could have thought that kulikuli would have NAFDAC number. Seriously. Because men Nigerians will just pick it up and eat.
Yeah, and eat.
And I love the fact that you talk about the innovation you are trying to put in place.
Yeah.
You understand? To ensure that, yes, it's more edible for people.
Yes.
But let's look at it. It does not mean that the journey, your entrepreneurial journey, is just rosy. Even if it is kuli. You understand? Sometimes you have the days whereby you feel like, oh, business is not what it is meant to be and all that. So what are the setbacks you face in this business? And how do you always scale through to ensure that, yes, you come out better and stronger?
One of the major challenges, like almost everybody face, electricity is major. Then production. Production, we need machines to produce. First of all, you select the granite. Select it because you're going to remove stones. That is the process. It's a very hectic one. The process. So it is easier when you get a machine that will select it, remove the stone, select the stone from the main granite. Then you now process it and extract oil. The extraction process, you need machine to do the extraction. Manually, because when I started manually. I still do it at times. When I don't have major production, I have little. I had to use hand after the grinding of the granite to a paste. You have to use turning stick or petal to start turning it to extract the oil, because it's the oil from that paste, from that granite paste, that you use in frying. That's in kuli. So you don't buy granite oil elsewhere. So you have to extract it. So the amount of extraction you do, and you have to extract a lot, because if there's a lot of oil in that paste, it will not come out fine. So we need machine to do that for us. Machine, it will be easy. Machine will just extract the oil, dry, leave the paste to a cake. Then you now cut it into various shape and fry. You understand? Frying is not a process. You can get a machine to do frying, but the extraction is the most important thing. So the machines basically are expensive. They are expensive. And to get local production, because it's not something that we do. It's not like a grinding of pepper and all that. So the machine to grind is not always available. To get local manufacturers to add to produce because there's a time they directed me to go meet all these fabricators to fabricate for me, but they still don't get it. So it's a challenge. And if we get the China produced one, it is smaller one, and you need electricity to still run it. And with our electricity system, that's money. So when you calculate how much you're going to make from the proceed of kuli and the machines and the stress involved, it's really frustrating. But the passion keeps you, because if you said you are not producing, somebody will reach out to you and said, I want kuli, and they will want to make orders. What do? You still have to go to the market, get your granite, and run your thing.
Wow. It's a whole lot.
Yes,
it's a whole
lot.
Whew. I'm trying to catch my breath because I'm trying to process everything.
Yeah,
like
it's not easy.
Nobody would have thought of the fact that we just buy, we eat, and we don't even know that all that premium tasty kuli you see out there, a lot goes into it.
A lot goes into it.
All right, so this is Market Innovators. You've not started at all, because you are just bringing the juicy part of this conversation to your screen this afternoon. But before we move on, we will go on a short break right now. Go nowhere, stay relaxed. We are coming back. welcome back. You're still watching Market Innovators on ConsumerHallaTV, and trust me, this has been an explosive edition because I have Teresa Moses still with me in the studio, and she's a woman of many parts. I don't even know which one to actually, say with, but absolutely, it has been an insightful conversation. And now, if you're a lover of kudi kudi, trust me, a lot goes into it. Talking about investments now, because it stated that it has a lot. You don't just have to do it manually. You understand, a lot has to go into the business and all that. But recently, Nigerian media, everywhere went, there was a lot of buzz. Yeah, and when the first lady stated that a lot of empowerment going on there, and people can start business, just to say, and it's not easy to run a business. And if you look at whether akara business, kuli, all of these things, it seems like it's something that is on a small scale, but a lot of capital goes into it. So let's talk about investments in it now. If there are stakeholders who are interested in this business, and then I feel like, okay, let's go into this business. For someone who even wants to start, personally for you, how much did you start with? And for someone who's interested in doing that business now, not just because they are not educated or they don't have every other thing, but they feel like, yes, this is a business I can go into. So what's the capital investment like for someone who wants to start?
Okay. Every great business starts small. And one thing with Nigerian factor is we don't believe in we starting small. Believe in hitting big. Starting small and being consistent is one of the major things you start with business before you even talk about the money that comes. If you're starting a business with the intention that I get to make money from it, you'll be disappointed.
Oh, wow.
Yes. So the most important thing is start a product, start a business with the aim of satisfaction, getting your customers satisfied. If your customer is satisfied, one referral will bring another referral, you will stay in business. So in terms of starting, when I started, I didn't start with any equipment. I started with, I have a blender. So I have a blender that can blend the granules. So I have a frying pan. So I bought frying pan, then went to the market and bought granules. And I bought a little one. I bought, I think, 2 pints of granules, and I did the frying and the cleaning and everything myself. That was how I started. But as production is increasing, I start looking for, and again, I create employment by getting people to do it. I can't be peeling, sourcing the granules, peeling it, separating the sand and the dirt from it, then process and fry. And I don't have that long process to do it. I will just end up stressing myself out. So I now do division of labor. I get people to do different parts for me, and I do the finishing. You can select the granite, you can peel it for me. You understand? But I do my production myself when I get people to do all that for me because of what? Because of the process of hygiene I talked about too, and quality of that product. I don't want it to taste different. So I know the quantity of things I put into it. So I know what I put into it. I know what comes out. You understand? So you can start small. If you have 50,000, like I said, if you can buy a pint of granules, you buy ginger, buy pepper. You have frying pan in the house. If you don't even have a frying pan, you can use your every house has a frying pan, no matter how big or small. You can start with that. So it's not really you have too much. But the most important thing is customer satisfaction. That should be your aim. By the time your customer is satisfied, you get more referrals, you get more people coming in to buy and ask for that product. In that way, don't just rely on what you know. Keep learning, keep improving, and packaging your product is very important. If these two cups here, if one of them, they are two the same cup, but the way you position them matters.
Yeah, so
if one is packaged well, the other is not packaged, and they are the same product, I will go for the one that is attractive. So making sure that the product inside is still okay. Don't rely only because some people have fancy packaging and deep inside the product is nothing to write home about. So from inside and out, let somebody know that if you eat it from the outside is attractive, the taste is quality and top notch. It will keep you in business. When you get that running, as money is coming in, you keep expanding. As you're expanding, you get other things that you need. But you can't start everything at once. So just start with little. And I don't see the so much agog or bohaha about what the first lady said, because The truth of the matter is, if you have seen me on the street and I tell you I sell kulikuli, you won't believe me, because I don't look like someone that is on the roadside and is on package. You understand? So the difference between all those things is the package. If you see someone on the roadside selling roasted corn, we'll price the hell out of that corn. But if you go to a supermarket and see a roasted corn that is priced, you can't price it. You pick it and go. You value that one. You don't value the one on the streets. So that is why what she said is coming at so many people, and so many people are looking at it. But the truth of the matter is, we have to start small. We need to, do we need her to tell us, to remind us first before we believe that we are going to start small? And again, if you are starting small, everybody, if you can go to the island and buy akara for 2,000 naira, but you can still go to the roadside and get akara for 500 naira. The two are the same products. The difference is the packaging. Nothing else. It's the same beans. Isn't it? It's the same pepper, the same oil that is used to fry it. So the difference is the packaging. One is on the island, one is on the mainland. So it's the same products, but it's the way you put your premium quality on the target audience and where to go. So no matter how it is, I keep telling people to, no matter how little, brand yourself, improve on yourself. And even if you're frying corn on the roadside, look clean, don't look dirty.
That is a message for someone out there. So, who knows, you are trying to grow your business and you just keep complaining, you are not expanding. It might just be from you. And it's all about understanding the message, the context of the message that was being said. You know, like you said, use 50,000 naira rather than just being idle. And you know, every day you are going out for interviews, no job is forthcoming. Something you can learn to do, and you know, before you know it, you grow and become better. So that's just a word for someone out there. All right, so let's look into the world of media, because it's also very important. You are a publisher and editor-in-chief of the Gatmatch News, and you know, tell us about that platform. Why did you create it? What role do you believe that digital journalism should play in shaping Nigeria's future of journalism now?
Okay. I've been practicing journalism for almost 2 decades, for over 2 decades now. So I started from this day newspaper.
Oh, interesting.
So I started from the print. So I've worked on the print, worked on magazine, you know, before I come to online. I've worked on radio as well before coming online to work. So I have experience before coming to set up my own. And I wanted to, the push actually to set up my own was because there are times I realized that I can't say some certain things. I can't do some certain things because I have a boss to report to, and my boss will tell me, you can't report that brand because that brand is paying. And I was like, but I need to talk about it. So that motivated me to like, okay, let me set up my own and do the things differently and get a niche. You understand? So basically that was how I started, by having opened registered Gatmatch Media, which produces Gatmatch News, and I still do PR, do consultation, do media, so basically everything. And when I started, the passion for journalism was just what pushed me. I wanted to have my story on the front page of this day newspaper when I started there. Wow. So the drive has always been there, and I work with credible people who I still have relationship with, the editors, you know, who encourage me more to do. So, and the first major exclusive I did was to disguise myself. Went to Kirikiri Maximum Prison 2010 to interview the Hamza Mustafa, retired. Major Hamza Mustafa, retired. He was in incarceration then. And I went to interview him. I speak and read and write Hausa very well. And I did that interview with Hausa. And that was a big one for me.
Interesting.
Came out and wrote the story, and it was on City Mail newspaper, owned by Mr. Muyiwa Adetiba then. You know, so he's a foremost journalist, and he has his own paper. Then I worked for him, and that was where I had that exclusive, and that was how he started.
Wow.
So I always have that passion to do something different, to do something daring. When you say you can't do it, I will tell you that I can't do it. I can. So that was how he started. My editor was telling me that you can speak outside, can you interview Mustafa in prison? I was like, sure, I will. And that was how it started. So it wasn't about the money. Because now we are thinking about money. There we are not thinking about the money. We're thinking about getting our names on the byline that want to be there. Teresa Moses is the front page of this day. Those are the things we are looking at, and it has, you know, it has shaped us. We had veterans who trained us, so we went through the process. We didn't just jump in. into media. So because of that, that was what motivated us to set up, I'm the chairperson of NOMA, Nigeria Online Media Alliance. That was where it came about. The media space is saturated. Everybody with a mobile phone and the data call his or herself a journalist. But they are not trained. They don't know the 5 W's and H. And we've even gone beyond that again. Consistency is media. So the nation as we are now, we need more advocacy on some certain issues from the media. But we don't really talk about it. The media will just write stories, release them, and there are some core information we don't talk about. Issue of advocacy, we should talk about it. This is the responsibility of the media. We are the fourth estate of the realm.
Absolutely.
You understand?
Yeah.
We don't. At times we need to remind ourselves who we are. Yes, it's challenging. Yes, I will tell you the honest truth. It's not easy, but we still need to keep that job because majority of people are looking up to us. Nigerians are looking up to the media to speak. You understand? So we need to focus on advocacy. Let's leave politics along the line. We are not going to overrule politics. When it's politics, we talk about it. Bring accountability, get our leaders to be accountable for. Yes, but we should do advocacy. Like in June 25th, we did advocacy with the International Day Against Drug Abuse and trafficking, and we brought journalists to talk to them at Yaba Psychiatric Hospital. We partner with the ISOP Nigeria, NDLEA, Yaba Psychiatric Hospital. We brought in people who talk about the effects of drugs in the society and even trafficking and all that. So that is advocacy. We want the media to know what they should report about because a lot of our young ones are into drugs. How do drugs and substance abuse, how do we curtail them? You might not know it is an abuse.
Yeah, so true.
You understand? You might not know you're abusing paracetamol if you overuse it.
Many people absolutely abuse it.
So there are so many substances like that we abuse.
Vitamin C.
Exactly. We abuse them that we don't even know that it has effects on our body, on our health, and it affects our mental health. And you get, imagine my own time, I dare not wake up and say I'm going through a lot, or I have mental issue. I have mental stress, my mental health. You don't do it. Your mental health, when your mom slap you, your brain will reset. You don't need any mental person to check you up. And now you see my teenager that tell me that I'm going through a lot with my mental health. I will just look at her and smile. You understand? So the media have a lot to do. The media is just like a mother. Even if you're working, you still have to take care of your home, you still take care of your children, you still take care of your family, both extended and immediate. So there's a whole lot on the shoulder of the media. So basically, those are the things that made us want to okay, it can't be for everybody. Little by little, let's see what we can do. It's a gradual process. So basically,
I love that, and that is why also at ConsumerHallaTV, we are an advocacy channel. We ensure that consumers need to be heard.
Yeah.
And sometimes you have complaints, you have issues with brands. Who do you run to? So this is just our way of contributing our quota to that space. Advocacy could be different things for different people. So that is a very fantastic one on drug and substance abuse. And now let's look at the traditional media. We talk about the prints, we talk about television, we talk about all this, and look at digital media now. You look at digital journalism in that space. Hello, it's another beautiful day. Welcome to Mind the Gap, the show where we examine the disconnects shaping our society and explore practical solutions for closing them. I am Iremofe Koforola. It is no doubt that innovation is advancing faster than regulation across the world, and Africa is no exception. Across the continent, startups are transforming industries including financial technology, healthcare, agriculture, education, logistics, and artificial intelligence. Yet, while innovation continues to accelerate, the policies and regulatory frameworks need to support that growth as we are still catching up here in Africa. This growing disconnect has become one of the biggest challenges facing Africa's digital economy. Nigeria has emerged as one of the Africa's leading startup ops in the continent, attracting billions of investments and producing globally recognized technology companies. The passage of the Nigerian Startup Act marked an important step toward creating a more enabling environment for entrepreneurs. However, many founders still face regulatory uncertainty, limited access to funding, infrastructure challenges, concerns around data protection, cybersecurity, as well as the growing need for responsible AI governance. Beyond these challenges, startups must also earn public trust. Building innovative products alone is no longer enough, as companies must communicate their value clearly, engage policymakers constructively, build strong relationships with investors, and maintain credibility with both the media and the public. Creating a thriving innovation ecosystem requires more than brilliant ideas. It demands smart policies, responsible regulation, strategic communication, and meaningful collaboration among governments, innovators, investors, academia, civil society, and the media. So how can Africa bridge the gap between innovation and regulation while remaining globally competitive? Joining us today to explore this important series is Nosike Inwi-Gene, a communications and public policy professional whose work spans startup ecosystems, also AI governance, innovation policy, media relations, and strategic communications across Africa and beyond. Nosike, welcome to Mind the Gap.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely, sharp and clear. Good afternoon.
Awesome. Good afternoon. Forgive me for having this conversation in my car, but we're in a technology age. That's why we're here, right? So these are some of the things that technology allows.
Yeah, that is one thing. And it shows that, yes, this is all about innovation. So it's clearly shows that.
Yes, the beautiful thing where I can be on the expressway and park and have a conversation with you just on my phone with data. And that is to speak to how technology simplifies in our lives in very simple ways. In very, very simple ways. It doesn't have to be a car doesn't need to float for technology to impact society effectively. But thank you for having me on. I'm looking forward to the conversation.
All right. So thank you. It's a pleasure. All right. So we know that Nigeria's startup ecosystem has grown significantly over the past decade. From your own perspective, what are the biggest gaps still preventing startups from reaching their full potential?
That's an interesting question. As far as biggest gaps go, I would say, speaking from my point of view, Nigerian youth, right? They're amazing people. They're driven. They're always looking to find solutions. And having to travel around the country and advise many startups, more advanced and early stage, we're not short of ideas. There's lots of ideas. I think, and where I find the biggest gaps is obviously capital for finance, which, despite the successes of the Startup Act, still, can be still difficult to access. But I know there are government programs working on that. And then mentorship and guidance. There are some things as a startup founder or as a startup co-founder that you will be doing that all the intelligence in the world will not prepare you for. Regulatory compliance, knowing when to turn left, knowing when to turn right, knowing when to hit your brakes. That has not to do with intelligence. And sometimes it just comes from speaking to older people who have experience, who have security, and who are invested in you and your growth. So I guess as far as the gaps go, two things: mentorship and guidance, and capital, startup funding. Although everybody needs money in the world, that's why I focus on mentorship and guidance. Because if you can get that, you can navigate any murky terrain, so to speak. So yeah, of course, there's way more than that. But for the purpose of this conversation, let me say that from where I'm sitting, those are the two major gaps.
Thank you so much for that insight. And majorly we know that capital has to do a lot with business, and especially when you talk about mentorship, which is something that we know that many startups they need. particularly, and you've highlighted that. So let us look at one interesting discussion that I am absolutely interested in this afternoon. It is all about the Nigerian Startup Act that we know that was formulated and it has been widely welcomed as a landmark policy. But how much impact has it made so far, and where do you believe such implementation still needs improvement?
Okay, that's a beautiful question. Thank you. Some personal context is that I joined the Startup Act personally because I was dissatisfied with the, should I say, what a chasm, a gap between the government and regulators and policymakers and innovation and startup people who just wanted to build products that would scale. Um, Going through the work and seeing what's been done so far, I want to say that Nigeria, we're a young country, and even younger is our tech journey. The frameworks that were built, they were not going to be a silver bullet that solves all the problems. However, you will notice, for example, that there are fewer tech-related bans now than there were maybe 5 years ago, number one. Number two, you will see that there's, and I'm telling you this for as someone who has sat on both sides, that there is more uniformity in conversations, or not uniformity, more alignment in conversations between policymakers and startup founders on the other side. I understand that with this, no matter how intelligent or how much innovation the society possesses, governments, we're all in Nigeria, we must obey the laws of the country. And that means that regulators and policymakers must oversee activities of startups. Now, on the other side is that sometimes some of this overseeing might result in limitations to startup growth. It is just like any other relationship where two people want something and we must agree that, listen, you're not going to get everything you want. I'm not going to get everything I want, but this is the best result that we can get for the Nigerian people. So, no, the Startup Act will not fix every issue with tech, but it's like when you move into a house, right? You make it a home. It takes a little while. Everything aligns and all. And it's been only a few years, not been up to 5 years, or not up to a decade rather, since it's been signed. There'll be more feedback. People will generate more criticism of it. We're not here to say we're right. We're here to say this can be improved, right? So by the time we get more feedback from startup founders, from regulators on the problems with it, I do believe that we'll keep on building a document and a law that benefits all. Now, the one thing I can tell you from being an industry observer is that I find there's more alignment between startups and regulators. A lot of the work I do is with startup compliance messaging. That means as a startup or as a tech solution, you must speak government language that the government understands, and government will not feel threatened by the products you're providing, so that they feel good about what they do. Another thing is this, because sometimes tech can be very technical, and this is not limited to Nigeria. You will find that as professionals, as advisors, as ecosystem builders, it is our responsibility to educate our government people on, okay, this tech can be used for good, these are the advantages, and yes, there are disadvantages. So we educate them, and they educate us on the meeting point, and that allows the startup act to be better. So yes, it's not perfect. However, it is a growing, blossoming fruit that will yield, a plantation at, at some point. We're not unique. Everything has to do with tech policy one way or the other. So, I hope I've been able to answer your question.
Yeah, absolutely, because we know that when it comes to that act, the Nigeria Startup Act is something that, it has been widely welcomed and it has been commendable. And like you said, it's all about startup founders speaking the language of the government, which is very important, and it goes both ways. Government also needs to ensure that they have all they need to ensure that the environment is smooth enough for their business to thrive. So that's very commendable. Thank you for that insight. So let's look at this the issue of AI governance and public policy, because it's very important. There's no way we talk about public policy that we won't talk about AI. And AI is doing you know, when it comes to magic, we see so many things being done with AI. Sometimes people even assume that AI is going to take their jobs. You understand? And we know that as someone who is a startup founder, definitely you are going to make use of AI, which is very important. So, artificial intelligence, know that is evolving much faster than even governments can regulate it. We know that, and we've seen what people do with it. So, how should African countries approach AI governance without, you know, slowing down innovation?
Thank you. That's a brilliant question. We are age of magic, as I like to say. Things that were taking till I met a startup founder. She's a lead. In fact, she was one of the global. She's Nigerian, but she was one of the global organizations that we all hear about. I don't want to mention any names. And she told me that work that used to take her and her team, would take her and the engineers 6 months with Claude and a few other integrations. Took her 2 days. Can you imagine what that does? So now, while it helps more productivity, you're finding out that you need fewer people in the workforce. Now, there are pros and there are cons for everything. The one thing that I want African governments to understand is that AI is here to stay. It's not disappearing because we don't like it or because we like it anymore. It is here to stay. And because it is here to stay, we must learn to work with it. ChatGPT is not going to turn off overnight because we're not going to use it. Right? And if we're not using it and everybody else is using it, we're disadvantaged. Right? So if we understand this thing is here to stay, the question now becomes, how do we embrace it? And there's a lot of conversations in the country with the regulatory circles. They might not be big enough to reach it, but in serious, hardworking, intelligent people in the tech ecosystem are coming together, asking these questions, drafting this policy. The digital economy has done considerable work with AI, needs that as well. So there's a lot of work, and you know, it's not just AI now. It's AI now helps startup founders do other things as well. So when you have a fintech, you have a fintech using AI to do their work. So it's not just the AI itself. You know, you have Coca-Cola, you have the fridge. They are seemingly unrelated, but Coca-Cola sells more when the fridge is on because of people like cold drinks, right? So, for example, look at AI as a fridge. You have the other products and you employ the use of AI to scale, be better, be faster, and help them bring solutions to us. I feel like the first thing to do is now that when we understand that AI is here to stay, the next thing we can do is approach professionals within the ecosystem to help explain to regulators. These are the pros, these are the cons, these are the dangers. And then, of course, every government has strategic plans. We figure out a strategic plan that helps and works for the benefit of the people. And when that happens, right, you see, anything tech and policy, you must put everybody on the table. The users, that's you and I, the ecosystem builders, the tech founders and the government. Just like we started that, you must put everyone on the table. Determine what the pros and the cons are. This is what startup founders and tech ecosystem feel is how AI should be implemented. The government will now tell you their fears. Okay, we know that we like AI, but about cybersecurity, we're worried about it being abused. What safeguards can be employed? How can we do this? How do we improve the pipeline? How do we ensure that it doesn't result in the loss of jobs? You know, everybody drops their concerns on the table. And only doing international relations, you now see that you're now seeing laws, government posture, support, and funding that helps people understand that, okay, this AI is not our enemy. We can use it like others have used it, right? I was in a conference sometime last year, and I don't once again mention any global names, but I realized that in some countries, they're using AI, like traffic lights, something as simple. Remember how we started that conversation earlier, that tech doesn't have to be a flying car. But because of the AI has read traffic movement, it is obviously on a basis adjusting to accommodate. In Nigeria, we know where that is. There are places that 70 seconds in the afternoon will not suffice at night. But because it is permanently set, you see traffic building. All of a sudden, you use AI that has improved traffic, encourage people to move to that area. You are solving problems and providing, obviously, movement of people and goods is the economy. And so the quicker people and goods can move, the more there's economic productivity. So you can see how just providing AI for traffic lights has economic productivity. What's happening in Nigeria? Our government, our people need to understand its uses, its pros and its cons, and it's up to us the young people, the startup builders, ecosystem builders, people like you who are doing this good work of advocacy and talking about how this affects our society to come together. As we're watching this now, somebody in the government office is watching it and having a conversation about how do we do this? So, part of what we can do is what you're already doing, allow me to say, which is promoting, advocating for better technology, the ecosystem, and things that we can do to be better. I hope that helps and that provided more context.
Yeah, thank you. You laid so much emphasis on the fact that AI is it has come to stay, no doubt, and the only thing left now is for government to involve policymakers, institutions, and everyone concerned to ensure that yes, everybody's on the same page, and we can effectively use AI to build our communities and as well as businesses as well. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, so now let us look at these, because this conversation focuses on how we can bridge the gap between innovation and regulation. And we've talked about regulation in some ways when we talk about policies, how the tech ecosystem needs policy for startups and all that. Then now let's look at communication. Communication is very, very important. So you have advised startups across Africa and other regions of the world, and thumbs up to you for doing a fantastic job with that. Your good work is seen. So what communication mistakes do you think founders make most often when it comes to strategic communication?
Oh, what do I write a whole book about this? The first thing I would like us to establish is narrative. You work in media. What say about you is more often considered the truth than what the truth is. And if you want your truth to be out there, you must be about it. You must engage ConsumerHalla before you need to. So, if we understand that narrative is everlasting and perception is important, we understand that the media is your friend, right? But however, truth must fill up a vacuum. If you do blow your trumpet, other people will blow it for you. So the number one mistake I find ecosystem startup founders doing is that they are not proactive about it. They think it's only when they have or when they're announcing a product that they must be in the media. You cannot always just come and talk about your product. Oh, I want to sell gala. You can talk about the importance of maybe not gala, I don't per se, but let's say tomatoes or let's say fruits. If you fruits, you constantly have to hammer on the importance. Make your fruits obviously edible, good presentation. Talk about them. So they think about healthy living. They think about ConsumerHalla food shop. You understand what I mean? So our founders to proactively tell stories, to engage with the media, to feel confident in speaking to the media. When you find that the media has a particular issue, your vertical, let's say you're in fintech or you're agri-tech or you're in consumer tech or insurance tech or health tech, you can reach out and say, listen, I feel like there are some, what solutions are there? Then you start your products. Move with your mindset, then you don't succeed in this game because of people start up, you want to use it repetitively. And for them to use it repetitively, they must trust the product and build by multiple exposure, right? You don't just hear something once and want it, generally speaking, right? So proactive media engagement, your story, and not just self-first attitude, but look at the institutional issues and addressing them head on, and then leading to your own product. I think that's a really, really good way for startups to approach communications and media.
Yeah, because you know that media is very important, and you've highlighted many points that every startup founder, I think they need to watch this right now and pick one or two from this, because this is a big masterclass they don't have to miss. So you're talking about the fact that yes, the media has to be involved. They need to know it is not just all about building their product. It's all about also ensuring that reputation is very key. But let's look at this era of social media and instant news, whereby before you know anything, there is an instant news. There's a breaking news even before the media itself is involved. you see the news on the social media pages, on different platforms, somebody's broadcasting about it, fake news here and there. And some startup founders, they've actually relied more on social media, neglecting the fact that they need to trust the journalists, they need to trust traditional media, the television, the radio, newspapers. But so how can they ensure that, yes, they trust journalists now, then the customers also, and as well as stakeholders, to ensure that they maintain credibility, especially during difficult moments? Now let's look at difficult moments. Many times startups, they have issues, they have challenges, understand, and they want to resolve it. So how can they ensure that, away from just the social media buzz that they get to experience, how can they trust media, journalists, everyone, even stakeholders, to ensure that yes, they can have and maintain credibility when it is such a difficult time for them?
Okay, thank you. That's a good question. I think the first thing is that all startups must have a media engagement team. It does not have to be people; it can be one or two people. Media engagement team serve a purpose. They serve the function of external. When you are building as a startup and you have a media team, identifying the best good stories to tell, identifying journalists to engage with, right? You will find that the stories that appear in the media, core media, are more, and people even go to those core media to get stories about you rather than they rely on social media. Because the way media can benefit you, it can also be a major disadvantage. Because once the story flies, it doesn't come back. And you see that sometimes when social media, you see them running to media houses like yours to correct it. So start that from the beginning. Once again, it all ties to proactive media engagement, proactive media relations. Equip your team, let them do the work, let them find ways to tell, and let them engage with the media long before you need them. If, for example, I'm building a product and you understand all its features, A to Z, by the time we're in Z, I don't have to convince you of much because of you've seen the story, you've seen the product in its infant, and you've seen it in its conclusion, and you understand its impact, and you're able to tell as a media how the story is better. And because of media institutions at our forte state, very important. Yes, we applaud good journalism, but it also means that we also need more institutional journalism so that we can fact check and produce authoritative and credible stories. Organizations like ConsumerHalla, we are at the forefront of talking about societal issues, not just tech. So when ConsumerHalla speaks to tech, for example, I'm more inclined to believe what a journalist has said than in a faceless Twitter account. So that is why this communication team must engage with the media from the beginning. Like I said, we need them.
Yeah, because so much emphasis that needs to be laid when it comes to media space and communication. We see a whole lot of fake news, even unprofessionals trying to take the shine at the end of the day, because they do not even verify news before they post it on their social media pages and all that. So that's why we just need to lay more emphasis on that. Now let's still talking about strategic communication, because communication is everything, and we know that if a brand or a startup can effectively communicate the right way using the proper channels, investors would be interested probably in funding and so many things in the organization. So investors increasingly consider leadership, reputation, and public perception before even making any investment decisions, which is very crucial. So how influential is effective communication in attracting funding? Because startups, they need funding, but how can they ensure that yes, there's proper communications so that they can attract the right funding?
Oh, very well said. I didn't want to bring that up, but the major attractors of funding, you need to understand what you're building. You're not doing one building it somewhere else in another country or in another state or in another region is doing so. There's also some bias. Investors believe that the more visibility, if there are two startups building the same thing, they're more likely to invest in the product with more visibility because they believe it transfers in many to other wins. The founder can steer a ship, and they believe that the product building, because of it, has a lot of media engagement. So yes, there's an outsized impact of media communication responsibility. And that is another, I think I should have brought this up when you asked me the question about founders. They must, if they think that they are not doing it just to build with the journalists, they must know that it affects their investment. And when investors want to invest on you, just like you want to invest in any company, the first thing you want to know is what is being set up. How do people feel about this company? Do people trust this company enough to spend their hard-earned money with it? And that's why even sometimes when investors want to invest, people like us to say, listen, we need you to build the storytelling infrastructure so that these guys can stand on their own and engage with journalists on their own. So yeah, media visibility and investment definitely have an overlap, and which is why media houses like you play a role. Because of the more you advocate for good, powerful and startups that are helping solve our issues, the more investors, both local and foreign, see them as viable investment. So yes, that's another reason communication, or rather startup founders must invest in their companies, invest in their communications infrastructure and their perception. So the more you are more visible, the more speaker engagements you have, the more your thoughts are in public, the more investors feel comfortable lodging their money with you.
Thank you so much for that insight. Seke, that has been, impactful. All right, before we go on with the conversation this afternoon, we'll go on a short break. And when we come back, we look at ecosystem building and collaboration. Don't go anywhere. This is still Mind the Gap. Welcome back, and thank you for staying tuned on Mind the Gap. This has been a beautiful discussion, and we are looking at bridging the gap between innovation and regulation. Why Africa's tech ecosystem needs policy, trust, and strategic communication. A very insightful discussion today, and our guest has been Nosike. He has been, doing so much justice. Nosike Nwigene, strategic communications advisor. So thank you so much for staying tuned with us on the show today. Can you hear me, Nosike?
Thank you very much. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Thank you very much. Yes.
I hope I
got
that
it
right.
Nosike, you took a very short.
Thank you so much. Now let's look at this, because before the break I talked about ecosystem building and collaboration, and because we have limited time right now, you just have to cover one or two segments before we round up the show. So strong innovation ecosystems depend on collaboration between startups, investors, universities, governments, civil society, and the media. You've mentioned the media, we've talked about the government, we've talked about several institutions. So where do you think Nigeria is making progress, and where do you think the biggest gaps still exist?
So one of the things that startup acts did is I drew everyone together, right?
Absolutely.
There's all sorts of collaborations, all sorts of fellowships, all sorts of activities. I know of this by the government. All sorts of designed to bring people together. The one thing I know that government cannot do is bring you and I together. So one thing I would advise startup founders is meet other people in your field, people about they learn, engage, grow as a community, and 50 people can move and do more momentum and more impact and more person would take hands. But you can always pick up uses and fill gaps from relationships. I also want our entire ecosystem to not shy away from collaborating, always deal with this space, because there's something that everyone has to learn from someone. The communications people learn the builders and the founders. The founders learn from the communications people. Same thing with the policy makers, the government, so therefore we must keep all the, like you say, we must mind the gap, keep the channels open, and ensure that at any point in time we are speaking. Because once we engage in opportunities will emerge. We don't even know the opportunities that will emerge from just engaging each other. But just do that and they will emerge. So I would always advocate for partnerships. Relationships actually.
Interesting. And I think that is one way we can absolutely, grow every startup business to the dream that the founders actually have for themselves. So that is a very beautiful insight there. Now, you have worked across Africa, Latin America, the Middle East, and India. You've worked across different borders. You know the way things are run there. And you mentioned an insight, an example earlier when you talk about the fact that, you know, the way they incorporate AI into their traffic there. You know, you see the way things work there and all of those things. So what successful strategies from those regions could Nigeria adopt to strengthen its own, you know, innovation ecosystem, and, you know, for startup founders as well? What can they learn from it and, you know, incorporate into their own system?
I think for startup founders, my advice to them is to keep building, look at the problems around you, yeah, to figure out what is the best use case for this product before I build an MVP. Because many of the popular tools we know today, they were not originally built for us to use them as. So you must determine your use case, your viable product, and then when you are building a product for that the people have input in, that's you are really solving. Tech for tech is pointless. Tech for people is where the real positive impact is. For everyone else, most likely the government, the regulators, and everyone else, it is. And let's embrace it. We should not feel the growth. We should not feel threatened by innovation. We should not feel threatened when young women and men bring ideas that can move our society forward. Right? We all have a place in the elders and the young. Let's all enjoy the benefits and the pros of each other. What I will do is, anytime a solution that helps all of us comes, because it has been embraced, the younger and the tech people should keep building, and the older ones and government that are in a position to clear the way so that this impacts all of us. We see how our mobile payments is advanced for the region. If you travel to most African countries, we can't move money the way we move money here. Just being able to do some things with money that we take for granted here is short term. In making some online payments. So, you know, that came from obviously the telcos, the banks, then the other layer that came that allowed payments to work. So let's embrace innovation, not feel threatened by it, and encourage it wherever we see it.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. So, looking at the fact that, you know, we've talked about policy, strategic communication, and now let us look at this briefly. How can startup founders maximally use innovation to build trust among their customers? There's always the issue of trust. Can I trust this brand? Can I ensure that, yes, even if I buy from them, I'll come back, you know, again and again and again? So how can they ensure that, yes, the issue of trust is something that is earned in such a reputable way?
Build a product that people love and that they find useful. That's number one. Number two is market properly, effectively, tell a good story, and get buy-in. I think there's a study that says that people require 28 touch points of a product before they are convinced to purchase. That means that for mommy to buy, she has to have seen the advert 28 times in different ways, on a billboard, through marketing activation, and an ad on her phone, through journalism. That means that trust must be also to proactive visibility. So first, you must have a good product, and then you must sell the product to the right people, and then have them see it. And then, times it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. So even if you're not catching traction, keep creating strategies and engagement strategies that get people to keep appreciating it. Once when you're not in the room, someone else can say that this product is good, though, you've won. The rest is just promotion. So, like I said, build a product that people love and make it easy for them to find the products. Market well, tell a good story, be repetitive about it so that people believe and trust it. And once you secure that trust, you're good to go.
All right, Nosike, finally, I promise you after this, I'm not asking you anything again. Trust me. So, finally, before I allow you go. All right, so if after this conversation today, we know that governments, agencies, different institutions, they will do the rightful thing. So, if we were having this conversation 5 years from now, what developments would convince you that Africa has successfully bridged the gap between innovation, regulation, and public trust? In just a minute.
Oh, the first thing is out. Yes, of course. I want to see more African tech products used by months for Africa on small $1 billion and above companies that are for Africa by Africa. And I want to see Africa tech create jobs. You know, sometimes we don't see the impact of tech. I want Africa tech to create jobs adjacent and direct that help POS agents that come from tech. If there was no tech, you would not have more POS agents, right? I want that impact spread across board, so everybody feels that okay, this for us and by us. It's not just for people that are building for 500 people. It's people that are employing our children. The products are for us. They are owned by us. They are adding value. They are building buildings. There's the infrastructure. So you know, Africa tech can be for Africans, and that's what I want for. In about a minute, valuable companies doing well, owned by Africans, building products for Africans, hiring Africans.
Oh, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure thing. Yes, I hear you very well. I hear you very well.
Thank you. This has been an insightful discussion this afternoon, and trust me, I wonder who else could have done justice to this discussion, if not Nosike Nwigene. Thank you so much. I mean, you've done so much justice to this discussion. I believe that in 3 years to come, when we look back, or when you see a clip of this discussion today, you would be very happy that Africa has moved forward and Nigeria startup founders are doing the right thing, the way it is meant to be done, and absolutely more job creations are being, they are springing up everywhere we go to. Lagos, and not just in Lagos, across different borders and regions in Africa.
Definitely, that's my hope, that's our prayer. A better Africa for driven by not just tech but other things as well, but of course tech also should be one of our wins in as a society.
Thank you so much, Nosike, for joining us on the conversation this afternoon. It has been a beautiful moment.
Thank you.
All right. I enjoyed the rest of your day. Me. Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right. So innovation is not driven by technology alone. It also depends on policies that encourage growth, regulations that inspire confidence, communication that builds trust, and partnerships that connect ideas with opportunities. As Africa's digital economy continues to evolve, bridging these gaps will determine the future of entrepreneurship, investment, and the continent's global competitiveness. Our sincere appreciation to Nosike Nwigene for sharing valuable insights on strengthening Africa's startup ecosystem through better policy, strategic communication, and responsible innovation. He's a strategic communication advisor, and thank you so much for being on the show today, Nosike. And thank you so much, dear viewers, for watching Mind the Gap today. Without you, there wouldn't have been Mind the Gap. But you know one thing you can do to encourage us more? Please subscribe across all our social media platforms on X, TikTok, everywhere you find ConsumerHallaTV. Just click on that subscription button and you will always get notified when we have amazing content for you. I am Miremofeye Koforola. Join us again next time as we identify another critical gap, explore why it exists, and discuss practical solutions to bridge it. Until then, keep asking the important questions, keep driving meaningful conversations, and always mind the gap. Bye for now.
Hello, consumers. You have the right to be heard. Absolutely. So join us on the conversation, share your brand experience, where you tell us all your experiences about brand on the outer world via our YouTube channel every Wednesday from the hour of 4:20 to 5:20. You can watch us via our YouTube channel, ConsumerHallaTV, and subscription is free. Follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHallaTV. Share your brand.
Everybody wants to be online, like you said. Everybody has a phone and all that. So when you started out, it was out of passion and all that. So what difference do you think you see in today's journalists compared to permit me to use traditional journalists, because you know this, we ride on the success of these journalists, but today people just downplay some of their contributions to this space. Without them, we wouldn't be here today. So what do you think is the difference back then and now, and what is actually the future of journalism?
Okay, we started from, like I said, I started from the print from these days, and a lot of people have friends who started from the print, from the radio. You understand? I have a lot of friends who started from the radio. I started from the print magazine before I went to the radio, and the truth is, no matter how important the mobile phone is, we still can't do without a telephone. We can't do without it. It has its own usefulness.
Absolutely.
So no matter how digital we are, we still need the physical paper. We still need the physical print. We still need the traditional paper.
The television.
Yeah, we still need the TV. Even though we are on YouTube, we still need the physical broadcast TV and the radio station as well. And the essence of it is because, yes, technology, innovation, we might just wake up one minute and we'll just have another tech coming in. We have the social media, we can't rule that out. People are making money from the Facebook, the Instagram, Twitter, and other social media handles. They're making money from it. So long as these are avenues for people to be heard, that is why we have censorship. People should not abuse it. The difference between then and now is then you can't write, my editor might not like my face, but when he see a very good story, he will like it, he will collect it, and he will use it. You see the difference?
Yeah,
so
true.
Then it's going to be passed from the reporter to the sub-editor, to the editor. The editor will go through it, will not have the sub-editor. So it goes through channels before it eventually comes out on the paper. It's not what you wrote that comes out on the paper. You have to go through others. Yes. Some they will add, some they will cut it off and come. So it goes through a lot of channel, professional hands before it eventually come to the public. But now, well, thank God for AI. It's helping us do grammatical correction. If not, the abuse, the negative side of the online media is that it's for all comers. No professionalism.
No gatekeeping.
No gatekeeping. Everybody just come in, have a story. You just, change the headline. The headline is different from the story. But the newspaper doesn't do like that. From the newspaper, you already know the content of that story. You understand? That's traditional newspaper, traditional news. But now, we are now in the digital era where everything is so fast. Yeah, the traditional newspapers have online platform, but the difference is that this way we don't have channels. Then you have to send, if you have a story about a particular brand, you send message to them, get their own side of the story. But now we can just publish, later we can update. But in newspaper, you don't publish and update. It's gone, it's out the next day. The next you're going to take another 24 hours to get another one corrected. But for now, you can still run it, do the correction later. So it makes things easier. And in a situation where there are things that are so easy, you tend to make mistake and you tend to make crazy mistake. So that's just the disadvantage. Now we don't have professionals. It's for all comers. So we that understand the rudiments, try to make it professional. Make sure that if you must join our association, you must have experience in media. You must at least have 5 years minimum experience in media. That means you must have worked in either the print, the TV, or the radio. You must have experience.
I love that.
So, and with that, we know that you're on board. You can. It's not copy and paste journalism. Yeah, you just go and see something on the internet. You just copy, paste, and run it. No. So that's what we are trying to do. And the future of media, basically, the press has always been suppressed. Yes. To be honest, you write a story and you might be picked. You know, the whole lot of anguna the law uses to catch you.
Yeah.
And they'll just, there's so many things they'll use to get you. So you are now working on eggshell. You're careful in the sense that you need to deliver more, but you still have to consider the law currently. As at then, you have to pass through your editor. Your editor knows what will go and what will not go. You just read and write your story and relax. But now, you don't have an editor to go through it. I have a staff that work for me. I don't get her to publish. You understand? I get the story, source it, and give it to her to publish. So what I give her is final. So I don't let her get for me, so that I won't make it. She won't just copy something and make it, but I will not end up being called to come and start explaining a story that ordinarily shouldn't be there in the first place. So that's just the difference. Now we are more careful. Professionals are now more careful. The filter work goes out. Basically, so if filter work goes out because the log will pick you at any time you start explaining yourself. So filter work goes out. And a major challenge is that when you reach out to people, when you reach out to this brand to get their own side of the story, it takes them forever to explain.
Exactly.
And you have to get the news out because time is of essence. The news gets still. You understand? So the time is of essence.
Proximity is important.
Yeah. So if we don't get that feedback, it's a challenging word for us. So it's basically we have a job to do, but you still need the other part to complete it. So if the other part doesn't complete, what do? You have to get your own story done. Then later, we can come to a compromise. But the future of journalism is bright because with what we are going through in Nigeria and the hazard of the job, the family background we come from, our personal life and everything, we should strive to do something meaningful. That means we have a passion for what we do. We are born for what we do. We might not be making, some of us are not making money from media. We are making money from elsewhere. But those of us that are surviving is because we believe in Nigeria, we believe the greater of this country, we believe in the people of this country, and we are in it. We are not going anywhere. Very difficult to see some journalists trying to jackpot. The intention is to go out, learn. So, but I think the future of journalism that we are going to do more of, we're looking forward to, I do a lot of trainings. When I get people, anything trainings, I will go into it. So the future of journalism is bright. We will get there. We'll make our corrections, we'll be great. But you know what, anywhere we find ourselves in the world, we're still outstanding. As a journalist in Nigeria, if you leave the shores of this country, you are doing well. With what we don't, with the limited resources we have, when we go out of this country, we do great. It means we are born for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for contributing your quota in a great way.
Thanks.
Take your flowers, take your garden.
Thank you.
Now, before we allow you go, let's look at it. You are a mother. And, it's also one of the arts that you wear. And, in this time, in this age, it could be challenging with the, technology we have out there. And you mentioned earlier that sometimes your guests talk about their mental health and all that. So how do you ensure that you get to understand them, understand their language, they speak different language from your own generation. So how has it been like being a mother in this age? I would love to know.
Oh my goodness, you want to know?
I really want to know.
You see, the truth of the matter is, the jet is.
Good evening. Welcome to ConsumerHallaTV News at 4. I'm Ire Ayomikonle Eke. Nigeria fixed income financial market is providing investors with positive real returns that outpace the national inflation rate. The National Bureau of Statistics reported that headline inflation fell marginally to 15.91% in June 2026. The slight decline allows yield on several government debt instruments to surpass inflation, helping investors preserve the purchasing power after a prolonged period of negative real returns. The return to positive real yield is largely driven by higher sovereign borrowing-driven costs across the fixed income market. At the June federal government bond auction, the January 2035 and April 2037 instrument cleared a marginal rate of 18.34% and 18.35% respectively. Additionally, the 364-day Treasury bill recorded a stop rate of 17.66% during its July 15 auction. Investor appetite has grown significantly as market participants continue to reposition their investment portfolios. The trading record showed the Treasury bill turnover increased by over 137% to 1.51 trillion naira. Meanwhile, the federal government bond turnover rose by nearly 76% to 1.20 trillion naira in mid-June, reflecting the heightened trading volume. And now, despite the slight decline in national headline inflation, residents in 20 subnational entities continue to face annual inflation rate above 30%. The latest Consumer Price Index report from the National Bureau of Statistics showed that national headline inflation at 15.91% for June 2026. However, state-by-state data indicate that over 54% of Nigeria's subnational territories recorded severe inflationary pressures. According to the official figures, Niger State recorded the highest annual headline inflation rate in the country at 42.23%, followed by Kogi State closely with 41.59%, while the Federal Capital Territory (FCT) recorded 39.91%. Conversely, Imo State recorded the lowest annual rise at 19.47%. The wide disparity highlights significant regional price variations across the country despite the national easing. Other states recording inflation above 30% include Kwara State, Plateau State, Sokoto State, Benue State, Osun State, Yobe, Kebbi State, and Enugu State. Analysts observe that local supply chain disruptions and transportation costs continue to drive consumer prices higher in the affected regions. As more Nigerians embrace online shopping for convenience and competitive prices, customer reviews have become one of the biggest factors influencing the purchasing decisions. But while many shoppers rely on growing ratings and positive comment to guide their choices, some say those reviews have left them disappointed or even defrauded. From products that fail to match expectations to outright scams, concern are growing over the credibility of online review. We have more to this report.
For many Nigerians, online reviews before commodity purchase is the new trend. Shoppers scroll through ratings, comments, and testimonials, hoping to avoid costly mistakes. But for some consumers, those very reviews have been misleading.
Okay, the reviews I saw was about a jewelry that if I should buy this jewelry, it is not like it will not fade and it will last longer. That was the reason why I bought that jewelry.
It's the review and the comment I saw. People were saying, "Wow, I got mine. It was so fantastic." All of that. I said, "Okay, fine. Let me give it a try." So I did mine, and it wasn't working. So I don't know if it is my own luck. I mean, my own thing don't want me to.
I've been seeing a page around. I know I go through comment sections. People talk about, "Oh, it's good, it's this," and like I know someone who has gotten from there.
From jewelry and skincare products to household appliances, many online shoppers have been lucky with positive reviews influencing their choices with tales of no regrets.
Got jewelries and hair accessories from Shein.
Difference, and the last one was skincare.
Shoes, clothes, stuff like that.
Phone, I shop phone, I shop goods like hair and shoes.
For others, the consequences have been sore, the deceptive reviews leading them to financial losses, while some consumers say they received their products but not the quality they expected.
It's scam. Like the other time I ordered phone from one platform like that on Facebook. I met them, we talked. They said I'm going to pay half of the money before they deliver the phone, and I ordered for 2 phones. I paid like full payment for one phone and half for the other phone. I didn't get the phone, and I've not gotten the money up to today.
Oh God, it was a lot, because the items I saw on their app, it was different from what they brought for me.
Like 4 products, 3 inside was okay, but the 2 was not what I was expecting.
I bought a kettle a while ago, and all of a sudden everybody was like, "Oh, the kettle is nice." The reviews were so good. When I got that kettle, the kettle was shocking. It was before 3 days the plug spoiled, and I had to repair it. So it was very. I'm like, oh, why are people leaving good reviews? And when is my turn? Is that bad?
These varying but recurring experiences have shaped consumer behavior as rating, be it incorrect, positive, or negative, now force consumer to decide between online and physical shopping, more so now that certain businesses seem to firm positive testimonials in a bid to attract unsuspecting consumers.
Probably, let me just analyze this the whole thing. Those review and comments you see on their platform are fake. It's still them that have a different kind of account that they use to comment on that same thing, so that you now that is coming to meet them will feel like, this particular thing I'm getting, many have gotten it and the review is good. So
for real, most of those comments are fabricated, because one of the products that I got, I said was not working, was like the top sales, like everybody talk about that one. But it reached my own turn now. The story was different. Why was it like that? So allegedly, they say there are some business people who pay people to comment on their page.
As Nigeria's e-commerce sector continues to expand, Consumer Advocate says shoppers should look beyond star ratings by checking verified purchases, comparing reviews across different platforms, seeking recommendations from trusted sources, and being cautious of deals that appear too good to be true.
You can't predict if it is real. You only meet real people when you say, okay, the thing is pay on delivery. That is when I can do business.
Make sure you go through something before you buy. But in Nigeria, everything is hard. So there are many people who just set people products out there. It's not even their brand. Once they send them money, you won't hear from them again. I've been a victim of that too. So at least if you know that maybe influencers, someone you know has gotten from there, you go through comment sections. Even if everything is not 100%, at the end of the day, you will see 50% that is true there.
Elizabeth Eze, ConsumerHallaTV.
Many thanks to our reporter right there, Elizabeth Eze. And now we move the news further. The federal government has informed the Senate the public debt figures have been overstated by public commentators and media report. Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Taiwo Udele, made the clarification while appearing before the Senate Committee on Finance. He responded to inquiries regarding claims that the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu had added 80 trillion naira to inherited debt. The minister explained that the perceived increase in public debt resulted from accounting adjustment and currency revaluations rather than the massive new borrowings. He noted that foreign currency debts components were revalued following naira exchange rate adjustment, adding over 40 trillion naira to the official debt stock. Additionally, the securitization of 33 trillion naira in legacy ways and means advances formalized existing obligations. Mr. Radin emphasized that actual new borrowing by the current administration remains very significantly lower than the public perception. He added that a large portion of domestic borrowing activity consists of refinancing the maturing debt obligations rather than incurring the fresh liabilities. The government reaffirmed its commitment to fiscal transparency and responsible debt management practice. Away from that, the proposed African Atlantic gas pipeline has secured critical sovereign backing following an agreement signed by Economic Community of West African state leaders. Head of state signed the intergovernmental agreement during the regional body summit held in Freetown, Sierra Leone. The Chief Corporate Communications Officer of Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Andy Ode, confirmed the landmark agreement. This was jointly promoted by NNPC Limited and Morocco's Office National Company, where the pipeline will span nearly 6,900 kilometers along the West African coast. The infrastructure is designed to transport 13 billion cubic meters of natural gas annually, and up to 15 billion cubic meters of this capacity will supply Morocco and European energy market. The project aim is to link Nigeria's gas reserves to demand centers across West Africa and Europe. Officials state that the pipeline will support a regional electricity generation and accelerate the industrialization. The agreement, however, operationalizes approvals granted during the regional summit in Abuja in December 2024. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has stated that it supplied all available crude oil cargoes under the Naira for a crude policy to the Dangote Petroleum Refinery. Spokesman and the ODE clarified that the stance follows the report that the refinery received 4 million barrels monthly instead of 13 million barrels. The refinery had previously cited supply shortfalls as a reason for transitioning to dollar-denominated fuel sales. But explained that as a 7.25% equity shareholder, NNPC Limited maintains a direct interest in seeing the facility operate at full capacity. We stress that 100% of available Naira-denominated crude cargoes in 2026 were allocated without withholding. The actual offtake volumes depend on crude availability, nomination timelines, and operational schedules. The National Oil Company affirmed the engagement with the refinery management as it remained constructive to resolve operational gaps, and both entities are working together to ensure a stable supply of refined petroleum product for the domestic market. NNPC reiterated its commitment to supporting domestic refining capacity under the federal government policy framework. The electricity generation companies have expressed concern about the effectiveness of the federal government's 4 trillion naira presidential power sector debt reduction program. Operating under the Association of Power Generation Companies, producers warned that fresh liabilities exceeding 7 trillion naira could accumulate before the full implementation. The Chief Executive Officer, Joy Ogaji, stated our producers support bond issuances. Monthly debt accumulation requires a broader structural solution. The warning coincides with the federal government plan to issue the second bond, worth 729 billion naira, to settle the verified legacy debt. Nigerian Bulk Electricity Trading PLC confirmed an investor forum ahead of the issuance, which will bring total phase 1 bond value to 1.23 trillion naira. The last tranche follows an issue of 501 billion naira bond issued in January 2026, which met its first principal repayment on July 14, 2026. The NBET emphasized that the capital market issuances reflect the government commitment to resolving verified debt obligations. However, power generation companies maintain that monthly shortfalls in the electricity market threaten the liquidity. Thank you so much for joining us on the news this evening. I am Iri Ayomikole Eke.
Gen Z and the alpha beta and all that is we keep learning. Mothers keep learning. That's the only way you stay consistent with that's the only way you understand your children. I have girls, more boys, so it's now double the hustle because aside from providing, you have a responsibility of being positive. They look up to you. You see how double it is. Absolutely. So the job is not easy. So you provide, you look up, they look up to you. So in all you say, in all you do, they are watching. You can't be telling a Gen Z. During that time, our parents can tell us all sorts of things. We know that it's not true, but we absorb it. But now you tell a Gen Z what you are not practicing, she will tell you, but mommy, you said this. When so person called you, you lied, and you're telling me not to lie. How is it possible? So you see the challenger. How do you start explaining that? So you need to up your game. You need to be 3 steps ahead of them, if possible 5 steps ahead of them, because these children, they are smart.
Very smart.
They are smart. What you think you know, you don't. What you think you are, you think you know them. They are ahead of you. So the thing is, God has been faithful. You know, we have everything we need to train these children in the Bible. You understand? The Bible has been a foundation for us to train these children. The Bible makes you understand that you spare the rod, you spoil the child. No matter how big or how grown, yeah, there are times you might not consistently beat them, but there are ways you beat them. not with physical cane,
Correct
but
them in
with
love.
words and correction. Yes. So you might be angry. You might want to blow up and tear up everything, but you remember that this is Gen Z, it's not your time. So you calm down and give them a listening ear. In the process of them talking to you, you will understand some things that ordinarily, because if you're too harsh to them, they won't tell you other things. If they have 3 things to tell you, they'll tell you one, and when they tell you one, they notice the way you are coming with that one, they will hide the remaining 2. So you make them feel that we are on the same level. I understand you. What is it now? Who is your friend? That your friend that is calling you. Who is he? Is your boyfriend, right? She's like, no, it's not my boyfriend. No, it's just a classmate. No. You will not give them that avenue for them to be free to talk. When you finish, you correct them that I know you have a friend, but don't do this, don't do that. You have your future ahead of you and all that. In a way, that child will sit down and think and realize that yes, my future is in my hand. Whatever thing I do with it. You understand? But ordinarily, if they start shouting, who is that boy? Why is that boy calling you? Why are you chatting? Why you do this? My sister, we can go enter bush. That's just the truth. But God has been faithful. The job, the work, and the hope front, it's not been easy. It's been God all the way. And we thank God for our teachers. They are doing well in school. Those teachers are amazing. Teachers are amazing. The teachers are doing so well for our for parents like us. So teachers do half of what we do at home because they spend major time in school. You understand? So the teachers will try.
Wow, your innovation has made the media space become better. Even your parenting skill, also the business skill as well. All of the skills, they've ensured that you yourself, you become a better human being, and you also make the society better. And that is the power of actualizing the dream and ensuring that yes, you stay focused. You stay focused and you keep achieving whatever you set your mind to do. So now, before I let you go, still on that kuli because it's very important. Your dream is to ensure that globally, yes, we can export more of it. It becomes a snack that is recognized out there. So, what practical steps must Nigerian food brands, even the government stakeholders, everybody, what practical steps must they take to ensure that we can compete, not necessarily competition, but globally, our snack can be recognized?
Charity begins at home. If you accept our product here in Nigeria, if you buy our made in Nigeria products, definitely it will thrive in other countries. It will thrive in anywhere in the world. Like I said, our family and friends tasted my kuli and they love it, and they took it to Canada, took it to Maryland in the US. You understand? My kuli has gone there, and they are selling it there. And the reason why that is thriving is because Nigeria here, we need to accept our product. It is local. We should not look down on our local product. Whatever it is, our groundnuts, our kuli, our sesame seed, everything that we have, we shouldn't look down on this product. Look at it, buy it, eat it. When you eat it, when you are going abroad, take it along with you. And so chocolate started from somewhere. At the point, nobody believed in chocolate. It's a byproduct. But now we can't do without chocolate. It's a major product. So that is how it is with groundnuts. That's how it is with our kuli. Our local snacks, we should not despise it. We should not feel we are made. We don't need it. We need it. It's healthy. It's medicinal. We should eat it. You understand? If you're watching weight and you are craving, kuli will go there for you. You can eat it. You can take kuli with custard. You can take it with pap. You can take it with your oats. You can take it with virtually anything. You can powder the kuli and use it to add to your veggies.
Wow.
You understand? So these are things that we can. So locally, let us embrace our products. If we can love it, it will go far. It is what you present that the international body will take. If you don't value it, they won't take it. So for our product to go international, we need to appreciate it. We need to value it. We need to accept it. If it's accepted, it is valued. And the challenges is that we need support in terms of supermarkets, making it easy for our product to be there. It shouldn't be by connection. That is killing local businesses, because there are a whole lot of wonderful products that we have that we can get on the local store, but they are not in the supermarket because of the chain. The challenges to get through that process. Not everybody will go through that process to get it there. And NAFDAC again should try as much as possible to have a way to reduce the processing for small brands, small businesses to get accepted in the processing, to make it easier. You understand? So because you have intention of getting your product registered, but the process it takes, you should just reduce the process a little. It will be very easy for a lot of people to go get their product registered and get it on the shelf of supermarkets and also get it out. Because if it's not registered, it's difficult to get it out of the country.
Interesting. Interesting. So for a woman who has been in this media space for over 2 decades, and you've done so many things, and you told me earlier that there's so many things I did not even know that you do about you. So, but a little bit told me something that you have a lot in stock that you want, people to see. So in the next 10 years, where do you see Vita Bite, and where do you see yourself in the next 10 years?
Okay, 10 years is even far. In the next 5 years, we see ourselves in the international markets. We see Vita Bite Kulikuli in the international markets, not competing because we are a product of our own. You don't have a product to compete with. Kulikuli is Kulikuli. You don't have anything to compete with it. It's on its own. So we don't want to be competing. We want to be known that this is made in Nigeria, proudly Nigeria, made in Nigeria by a Nigerian, and is thriving in stores global and supermarkets. Yes, in Atlanta, in Toronto, in Canada, in Kenya, in African countries, in West African countries, every part of the world. We want to, when you get, because Nigeria is everywhere in the world. So when they get there, they will see their favorite snack in those shelves, in the shelves of those supermarkets. So that is our target, to get there. Then in career-wise, well, media, do journalists retire? We don't retire now. We don't retire. We just decided to just give it to new generation. We mentor them and go ahead. So basically, the next 10 years, I should be doing mentorship, more of mentorship, mentoring the younger ones with the vast knowledge and experience that I have. I can't take it away. I can't take it anywhere. So it's just to pass it on to the next generation. I want to see somebody that is going to do greater things than me. If I've achieved 100, I need somebody to achieve 1,000 in a period of 35 years of their life. You understand? So it's mentorship. I would love to mentor more people, more young ones. Yeah, I won't want to do it for free, because if it's free, they won't appreciate it. But just for a little token, to know that that mentorship is worth it and to do more. So it's not only mentorship, because I had people who mentor me and they didn't just leave me. They mentor me and they still carry me to go. So I will mentor and not leave you, but carry you and push you till you get to that destination. So basically, those are the things I want to work on in the next 5-10 years of my life. Wow.
A whole lot. And I pray all these dreams they become reality.
Amen.
All right, so there's a softer part of the show whereby everything is now, you love that. But I mean, it's just to know your favorite quote and your quick win segment. So before we allow you go finally, so let's hear from you, because this is what we do to our guests. We do it for them every time they're on the show. So what is one quote, principle, or belief that's guided you throughout your entrepreneurial journey? Just one quote.
Consistency is key.
Just
consistency. Be consistent. Don't give up. Do it. Keep doing it. You'll break through. Be consistent. Don't do one off and stop. No, be consistent. Consistency. Can be consistent doing one thing for 10 years. The result will wow you. Consistency is the key.
That's the key. Yeah. So what advice would you have given your younger self now, if you were to go back in time and give yourself any piece of advice?
What advice?
Yes, would you have given yourself?
Giving myself.
Yeah, your younger self.
Younger self. That would be. Well, that would still be passion first. Passion first before the money. Yes, passion first. Get the passion. Whatever then I remember when I would write a story, give it to my editor. My editor would throw it back to me. We said that's not how to write it. Go and write it again. I was angry. I was like, no, I've tried. I didn't know he was mentoring me. I didn't know he was teaching me the rudiments. But with time, I realized how important it is, because I can write stories and all that. So it's passion first, then learn on the job. Don't be the knowledge you acquire yesterday is different from today. If you have an opportunity to acquire another knowledge today, acquire it. If you have another opportunity to acquire next month, acquire that knowledge. So passion, learn, be consistent with your education, learning, your trainings, seminars, whether they are paying you, they are not paying you. Go there, you will get one information that you've not gotten before from the previous one. In a month, if there are 3 or 5 seminars in a month on media, on entrepreneurship, on innovation, I will go because it's going to help me. I will learn one thing that I have not heard before and I will add it to my knowledge to take me far. So learning is very important. Don't just rely on what you understand. Keep learning, read books, read research. Add knowledge to what can I do differently, what will make me stand out from others. We are in a competition. Media space is competition. Everybody, especially in the online segment, what will stand you out is your niche. Create something for yourself. Look for where you will stand out. If it's investigative journalism, if it's consumer
advocacy.
Advocacy, if it is health, if it is whatever it is, just create a niche and it's your passion. What do you love doing? Use it and put it into it. I believe in solution journalism. I believe in investigative journalism. You understand? So those are the things I believe in. So I work towards that. But learn, have passion. Don't forget, passion first. You bring in money, you will also. Passion first, learn and learn again.
I love the emphasis on the learn and learn.
Very important.
All right, thank you so much for being on the show today. I learned so much personally myself, and I just want to keep going. Because if someone like you can do it, who am I not to do it as well?
We don't have Godfather, but we have God the Father.
Oh, I love that.
So you keep learning and keep learning, you get there. The doors will open. You don't need to know somebody, but when you know the job very well, doors will open.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we've been speaking with Teresa Moses, founder and chief executive officer of VitaBites Food, founder of the Padme A Girl Empowerment Foundation, publisher and editor-in-chief of Gatmatch News, and chairperson of the Nigerian Online Media Alliance, NOMA. So her story is a powerful reminder that some of the world's most successful businesses begin with simple local ideas. Through innovation, quality, resilience, and a commitment to excellence, those ideas can evolve into brands that create jobs, empower communities, and compete on the global stage. Thanks so much for joining us today on Market Innovators, and we look forward to seeing you in future to come.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. I am Iremofe Koforola, and what more can I say? Keep dreaming big, keep pursuing, and one day the world will open at your command. So remember, the future of Nigeria's economy will not only be built on our natural resources, but also on entrepreneurs who are bold enough to add value, solve problems, and transform local products into global brands. And do not forget to subscribe across all our social media platforms on Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHalla. See you next time and keep innovating.
Hi people, my name is Mo Fakorede and I am a filmmaker and a film director, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV is everything consumer advocacy, consumer rights, everything that has to do with consumers. On this TV, you'll watch, you'll learn, you'll be educated, and you'll be entertained. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Olubukola Ozone, a photographer and a social media enthusiast. You're watching ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy TV. If you have a problem, anything, any consumer related problem, just holla at them, just like their name implies, and they're going to get it sorted for you. Keep watching, stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, my name is Joba Jalabi. I'm a marketing communications professional. I currently lead marketing at Flash Change, a fintech startup. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV, a consumer advocacy channel.
Hello, my name is Sharwati.
Good afternoon. Welcome to another edition of Real Estate Today on ConsumerHalla TV. You already know here we bring you real estate insights, policy updates, and consumer protection in Nigeria. I am Elizabeth Abefe.
And I am Irimufe Koforola. It's always a pleasure to have you join us.
Real Estate Today provides timely updates and insight into the Nigerian property market. We cover key developments in housing, infrastructure, property investments, and urban growth, helping you understand trends that impact both investors and everyday consumers.
Yeah, we begin with some of the latest developments shaping Nigeria's real estate sector today, because it's very important to get to know about these insights and highlights.
Real estate stakeholders have raised concerns over rising construction costs and high financing rates, warning that many housing projects across Nigeria are slowing down as developers struggle with increasing operational expenses. Industry experts explain that the rising cost of cement, steel, and imported materials, alongside high interest rates, is forcing developers to review project timelines and pricing structures. Market analysts say investor demand for short-let apartments continues to grow in Lagos as landlords increasingly shift from traditional yearly rent to short-term rental models that offer faster returns. The analyst noted that business travel, tourism, and demand for flexible accommodation are sustaining the expansion of short-let markets in high-demand locations. The Lagos State government, through the Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Authority, has strengthened collaboration with the Economic and Financial Crime Commission to tackle fraudulent activities with the property sector. Speaking during a meeting with EFCC officials, the special advisor to the governor on housing, Barakat Odunika Bakari, said the partnership is aimed at improving enforcement and protecting residents from fraudulent transactions. Real estate analyst says infrastructure development remains one of the strongest drivers of property investment across Nigeria, with investors increasingly targeting areas benefit from road expansion and urban renewal. The experts explained that improved connectivity and government-backed infrastructure projects are opening up new residential and commercial investment corridors.
That was insightful, and it's very important that you get to know about this update. But before we go ahead with more insights on this program, let's go on a short break. We will be right back. Welcome back. You're still watching Real Estate Today on ConsumerHalla TV. So let's move to some fact-based information for you. Building safety remains a major concern in Nigeria's housing and construction sector, especially with repeated cases of building collapse recorded across major cities like Lagos in recent years.
According to the latest data from the Building Collapse Prevention Guide, Nigeria has recorded over 679 building collapse incidents since 1971, resulting in more than 1,600 deaths nationwide. Lagos accounts for about 53.9% of reported cases due to rapid urban expansion, high-rise construction activities, and weak regulatory enforcement.
One of the major devastating incidents occurred in November 2021 when a 21-story building under construction collapsed in Ikoyi area of Lagos, killing more than 40 people and triggering nationwide concerns about construction standards, supervision, and regulatory enforcement.
In March 2026, a four-story building housing a school and residential apartments collapsed in the Ogba area of Lagos. According to the Lagos State Building Control Agency, students and occupants were evacuated moments before the incident, preventing what could have been another major tragedy.
A three-story building under construction collapsed on Saturday, May 16, 2026 in the Durumi area of Abuja, leaving at least 5 people dead and several others injured. This was according to emergency officials. Rescue agencies including NEMA and the Federal Fire Service pulled multiple victims from the rubble as search operations continued, while the incident renewed concerns over recurring building collapses in Nigeria linked to poor regulatory enforcement, structural defects, and the use of substandard materials.
So this raises an important question: how do we build safer, stronger, and more sustainable homes for the future? And to help us understand this better, we will be joined by a quality surveyor, a structural safety expert with experience in building construction and structural safety. We will be having Victor A. Osinaike. He's a Nigerian real estate developer, registered land surveyor, and quantity surveyor with a strong passion for transforming urban spaces through innovative and sustainable development. He is the managing director of Engright Innovation Limited, a Lagos-based company specializing in real estate development, land surveying, construction management, and property investment solutions.
All right, what a resume, or what will I say? But I mean, this conversation calls for serious attention from every quarter, from every corner, from everything you can think of. So he's going to do more justice to that. Before we bring him on board, let's go on a short break. Go nowhere. Welcome back on Real Estate Today, and joining us on the conversation right now on building safer homes for the future is Victor Osinaike, the Managing Director of Engright Innovations Limited, who is a registered land surveyor and a quantity surveyor. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, so let's kickstart everything on the reason we need to build safer homes and also for the nearest future.
Okay, now from a quantity surveyor perspective, what are the major causes of building failures and collapses in Nigeria?
Okay, yeah, from that perspective, mentioning quantity surveyor, I think the major thing is people trying to cut corners and cut costs. They don't want to do the right thing, giving people who are not qualified to do certain work elements to do. For example, if you do not give a qualified engineer to design your structural drawings, you are not going to be able to know what kind of load and work for what kind of foundation. And at the same time, if you do not even get your soil investigation properly, or you give someone who is just an apprentice or someone who is just learning on the job to get these things done for you, yes, you will get your report. They can even get somebody to sign it and all that. But this document is what the structural engineer will use to design their drawings to know, okay, you want to build 2-story buildings, 5-story buildings. So this is what they will be able to use to tell, okay, what is the soil bearing capacity of that place? What design do I need to do to make sure that what you want to build on that thing will stand?
Yeah, quite insightful. You mentioned a whole lot, and yearly we have different numbers, of collapsed buildings, and it is more frequent in urban cities if you look at it. So looking at all these things and what you just highlighted right now, these collapses that we have, is it more of the topography or the building materials or the geographical location? So what exactly are the main causes of these?
Okay, so for these happenings in urban areas, first of all, is because of the accommodation pressure that we have in these places. Developers, investors, they want to maximize space and all of that. So it is not about the location or the topography of these urban cities. It's just because of most times, like I said earlier, they want to minimize cost. So they use substandard materials, they use quacks, and most importantly, poor supervision. You could have the right team on site and all that. If they are not supervising the artisans properly, you will still have collapses on site, because when you are not there to watch the concrete mix ratio, when you are not there to watch the alignment of this column connection to the beam and all that, in the end, it comes down to causing the collapse of such buildings.
Yeah, before you go ahead, because you were talking about supervision, and I think that is very important to note. Because I remember just early this year, a construction which is still ongoing beside our own apartment, they erected a fence beside us and it collapsed. So, and at the end of the day, it was just realized that the guys working there were just doing that thing without adequate supervision, which led to, probably they were not using the right materials, and they were not just, doing the right things they were meant to do. So I just think that supervision could be one of the main reasons these things happen the more.
Initially, you make mention of soil testing, getting the right soil. So now I wanted to ask, now in many cases, soil testing is either ignored or not properly carried out. But before construction, what role does soil testing play in ensuring the safety and stability of building in Nigeria?
Okay, so soil test investigation ensures before you build anything, you know the soil bearing capacity of that property. So it will help the structural engineer to design what's fit according to that structure, meaning that the structural designer will know that, okay, this is the type of foundation, because we have various type of foundation based on the soil and based on the number of stories you want to go. So without the soil test reports, you will not be able to adequately design what is fit for the particular property.
Yeah, we have more cases of collapse, and I think it could be avoided if you look at it. And we have the increase in demand for story buildings in urban cities. Most times when you go around, you see different story buildings, and I think sometimes this is something that we really need to look into. And what are the key structural details that engineers sometimes overlook when it comes to erecting buildings that eventually lead to collapse?
Okay, so Lagos, for example, because of the immigration and all that, right?
Yeah.
Every year, population increase about 6% yearly, and we do not have enough buildings to contain these people coming. Understand? We need at least about over 200,000 units of houses to accommodate the pressure in Lagos. So it makes people want to go higher. People want to build, higher structures. Now, from the engineering perspective, the things that needs to be looked into is the type of concrete, the mixed ratio of your concrete, you understand? Is it according to what has been designed? If a structural engineer designs something to use probably 1:4 mixed ratio, and you are trying to, manage cost and reduce it, then you would expect collapse in the future. Then aside the team that is working on site, I think it's important that government officials enforce, all of these things, because we don't have adequate enforcement. Everything is just about documentation, bring your drawings, submit for approvals, and all of that. But where is the enforcement? We need to check stage by stage, from the foundation stage, from the column stage, from the slab stage. Government officials need to come to make sure that they carry out their enforcement. So anybody that is not doing the right thing, they will be able to treat accordingly.
Well, still talking about enforcement, because I know sometimes you see some buildings sealed, and the next thing you see that they are reopened for, construction. And what actually happens, because, and sometimes building plans that people have, this might be what they intend erecting here, then you see a different thing at the end of the day. So what are those, major things that are in place that affect all of these things?
Okay, so we have various units of enforcement according to Lagos State Building Control Agency, right? Now, when you see a building marked sealed and all that, it's probably because they have reached out to the supervising team, the engineer, whoever is in charge of that project, for their document. Because after submission, after approval of your designs and all that, you need to also provide, take for example, your concrete, you need to provide that if your concrete is adequate enough, if you do your concrete test, your material testing, your reinforcement, your water, to be sure that you are going according to the standards. So sometimes, against coming to the site to inspect and all that, they expect whoever is in charge of that site to submit their documents stage by stage. So when they don't see that, it calls for them coming to the site to seal it up until you provide those documents. And there are penal fees also that you have to pay before you go back to the site. And in some cases also, it could be that you didn't follow the design according to what you have submitted and all that, or probably you didn't follow the setback as required, and they seal it up. Then if you need to make some adjustments, you make before they open it.
I think I love the fact that you make mention of the stages for a well safer building. And one of that is that proper planning and structural design are very critical before any construction begins. Now, I want to ask, how important are these stages, and what risks arise when they are poorly executed or rushed?
The very first stage is your soil test. You see, personally, if I send a soil investigator to go to a site to give me the soil test, to take samples of the soil, I used to tell them not to pull up their equipment. I want to come and see the depth. So that you don't just go 5 meters and you cook up a report and you are telling me you went 15 meters, you went 20 meters. That is key, because by the time they give you a wrong information, the error has started. So even the structural engineer that is going to design the structural drawings, everybody are just doing, planning for failure. Understand? So that is key, first of all. Then if you can get that right, you get your foundation right. Another two major key area is that is the supervision. You have to make sure that everything works according to the plan. I used to advise for developers and contractors to have a program of work. You understand? That way you plan your construction early enough. You get your timelines adequately, so that you don't get to rush. Because when you are trying to rush, even the artisans, they know you are rushing. They just want to do anything, cover up mistakes and all that you'll not be able to see. And when you are rushing also, you won't be able to supervise properly. So it's good you plan each stage of your construction properly. Yeah. So it's good to have your program of work, so that at every stage you even plan ahead before you carry out that work element on site.
Right, so let's look at this before we come to the use of substandard materials, because it's one thing of major concern. But you talked about supervision, and I think we need to really lay more emphasis on it. You see, sometimes contractors handling 4 buildings at a time. They are here, they are there. You see them at different locations. So how then are they able to supervise each of those buildings to ensure that yes, the right use of materials are in place and the artisans or those working on such building follow the right procedures in erecting such buildings?
So for me, I always say get the right professionals, put them there. So you are just overseeing. Without those right professionals, you might be thinking you are trying to save cost and all that. But there's a saying, do it cheap, do it twice.
And it might cost life if you want to do it twice.
It might even
I
cost
think
life.
I agree with that.
You understand? So get professionals, put them in. Don't just get people that are not qualified to oversee these projects and all that. You cannot be everywhere at every time. Get the right set of team, qualified team members, you understand? Put them on the side. No matter, there's no amount of money that you want to pay them. It's going to save you a lot of costs, especially when it comes to lives. Yeah, so that's my thing.
Now let's go into substandard construction materials like I highlighted earlier. So let us look at this practice. How dangerous is it, and what are the lasting effects it has on structural integrity?
So substandard materials have a lot of effect, so negative effects on building, because if your drawing has already been designed to use Y20 for example, reinforcement, right? That's 20 mm, that's the thickness of a reinforcement. Now, if you go and get from vendors that sell substandard materials from you, there are some developers that say that reinforcement that they brought out from a demolished structure, they straightened it again and they want to reuse it. It has lost its strength. You understand?
Wow.
You can't be doing that. And for some that, because of they're trying to avoid cost, they are buying from cheaper vendors and all that. When you don't make sure that your reinforcement attains the required gauge, the structure has designed that, okay, you need one length of probably 20 mm, and what you bought as 20 mm is like 18 mm. It's not going to be able to carry the load that is coming on it. So that way, you are not seeing the problem in the future. You are just thinking you are trying to manage cost and all that, right? And it is very, very bad. Now, another area of using substandard materials is in supervision. When you don't have a quality control and assurance team member on site, by the time you order for materials, they bring it to site. This one is 20 mm, okay. This one is that, okay. This block is 225, okay. When you have someone that checks the material, there's what we call a vernier caliper, right? Any materials, if you want to check the thickness, the measurement of the material, you check it. So at that instance, from procurement, you know that, okay, you're getting the right material, you're getting substandard material. If you need the vendor to take it, to return it, and bring a better one, you get it done immediately. But if you don't get it done immediately, then you are setting trap for yourself, because substandard materials are, they are not negotiable. You shouldn't even do that in the first place.
I think you made mention of some of the enforcement agencies that we have for building this thing, and you said most of them majorly focus on documentation. So now, even though we have multiple regulatory bodies at the both federal and state level, ensuring compliance in the construction sector, in your assessment, are there bodies effectively carrying out their responsibilities in preventing building collapse?
So, what I would like to say about that, they have different bodies. In short, developers complain that the bodies are getting too many and all that. But about this enforcement, I think they need more workforce to carry out their enforcement, because we have a lot of building, under development every day in Lagos. So, and honestly, the workforce is not enough to cater for everything. So they will need more workforce, and aside that, it's beyond documentation. I think they need to create a kind of database so that they know at what time they need to go check this site, go check that site, to be sure they are working according to design and according to quality.
So let's still look at still on this regulation, the bodies and all that, because we cannot not talk about building inspection. It's very important, and we have all of these things in place and regulatory enforcement, which often shift between proactive and reactive approaches. So which of these should be the ideal process when it comes to us trying to tackle incidents that lead to collapse of buildings?
So I think they need to be proactive. Most times they are always reactive. In short, most times it is residents that cries out to them that come and check this or come and check that. Or you understand, these people doesn't look like they are keeping to the setback. Doesn't look like they are keeping to quality. So I think the enforcement agencies, they need to be proactive. From the time that approval has been gotten and all that, they should set timelines as at when they need to inspect these properties. Hope the developers are not beginning construction without them and all that. Even I can tell you sometimes when you write to them, I think they say you give them 7 days notice and all that. Sometimes it even goes beyond the 7 days and you'll be waiting for them to come. So I think they should even be the one to be sending messages that, okay, according to your program of works, you are supposed to be at this stage of construction. We are coming at so time to come and inspect. They have to be proactive. That way, developers and contractors, they know that, okay, they cannot just do whatever they like. They know that they cannot use substandard materials. They know that they have to supervise adequately all artisans on site.
Okay, so while you're talking about that, this came to mind, and I just want to know, like every humans, we have lifespan. Every product has lifespan. Do buildings still have lifespan? Like for instance, somebody tell you that, okay, these buildings can last for this number of years. Then because you see sometimes people, going through renovations, they demolish and reconstruct buildings and all of those things. And then if you look at it, sometimes you see contractors or what's it called again? What do you call them?
Artisans.
No, developers rather. Yes, you see them erecting buildings, and within the space of 1 month, that building is like, I've seen like 3-story buildings. I'm like, when did they start constructing this? So, is there any need for a duration before you can erect any building? Does it matter when you're erecting buildings, and what does it necessarily involve lifespan when also erecting buildings?
So as regards the lifespan, I might not be able to tell for sure, but I believe that depending on the quality put into any structure, it should be able to last even over 100 years, right?
Okay.
So, but over time, you need to do what they call NDT, non-destructive test, to be sure your columns, your beams, and all structural members are still intact, right? So if you do that, then it's going to tell you whether you need to erect more columns or to add beams and all of that. Now, aside that, when it comes to how fast construction should take, every work element has its duration, has its time. If you see a 3-story building being erected under a month, is not safe. I can say it anytime.
Thank you for that.
It's not safe because by the time you do your column, it has a number of days for that concrete to achieve its strength, and minimum is 14 days. So if you are loading something on what has not even achieved, even that 14 days is just 70% of its strength. So if you are loading something that has not achieved the required strength, like expect collapse in no time.
Can you imagine?
So it is not safe.
And most of the time, people feel like when there is money, I
Yeah,
don't think anything
because
can
I've seen
delay
this
a
happen.
building. Because when there is money, why should there be any delay? When you need to get this, just pay for it and let them carry out whatever they want to carry out. But now, I think the viewers at home will be listening that there are stages to all these things. It has to get dry for like some certain days and all of that. You don't just rush it. And that is why we have more collapse building around. Okay, now, government expectation and regulatory enforcement are meant to safeguard, just like you said. You said they are meant to be proactive. They are meant to be checking. Okay, lives, safeguard lives and property. How important are these measures and what gaps currently exist in implementation?
So the importance of government checks and enforcement cannot be overemphasized.
Yeah.
Right? I think from documentation stage, there is need for proper database, and you need to gather all professional documents, not just the architectural drawing, because I think majorly they limit their documentation to architectural drawing, structural drawing. What have we again? We have the mechanical and electrical drawings. You have the survey plan. There are many other things that you need to, like I mentioned, the program of work is also important, right? Because if you see a developer that just wants to rush work, you will know from the program of work. And if a program of work has been submitted and you are building faster than that, then they need to check your work, right? So currently, after submission and all that, they always expect, so they always wait. Sometimes they even see you building and they see that, okay, you have not come to tender your document for staging and all that. They are even happy, sorry to say, because of the penalty fee they want to place on you. Understand? But I think it shouldn't be the case, because it is, we are talking about saving lives, you understand? So they need to be concerned as to be checking on the site regularly. And I know that, okay, they don't have enough workforce. They might need more workforce to ensure these things are being carried out properly.
Now, still talking about saving lives and construction and everything, in your own opinion, do you think many Nigerians, they really, engage qualified professionals when it comes to buildings, or do you think we still have this widespread of reliance on unqualified professionals, individuals rather, because the professional has to be qualified?
Yes, so for me, I think about 70% of even both developers and private owners, they don't patronize professionals. And even from the government side, I think there's a lot they need to do as to checking these things. Take for example, I said I'm a licensed surveyor. Now, a lot of the survey plans that are being submitted to the government most times don't go through a licensed surveyor. So people just go to a property, they just pick points, measure anything. They even blow it so that whatever the developer wants to build, they will have enough setback, enough land space for them to go through approval process. But you cannot have a licensed surveyor do that for you and not give you the right measurement of the property. So there is a lot that government needs to do in checking all of this thing, because it also starts from there, right? Then also, like your soil test too, even your architectural drawings and all that, you just get people that are not yet qualified based on what they have learned, probably from somebody or elsewhere, based on field experience. They just do something for you and you feel it is okay. You will see some people call themselves engineers, all because they have been on the field for like 5 years, 10 years. But it is not right, because whatever they think they have learned on the field, there are some theoretical aspect of it that they still do not know, and only requires a professional to guide them appropriately. Yeah. So currently, I think people need to use professionals more. The cost you are running away from, right, you will still meet it in front. Now, let me also add, since I'm a quantity surveyor, there are some people that they don't even want to see a BOQ. They are like,
what's a BOQ for those who might not know?
So a BOQ is a bill of quantities. Okay. You understand? So it tells you how much you are going to use to finish a particular construction. The estimate of the quantities, the description of all the materials, the amount and all that, everything is in that bill of quantities. So most times when we give clients, they look at it and say, this is too high, this is expensive, you understand? And they will run to that other person that is not an engineer, is not a quantity surveyor, that will just thinking of cutting corners. They will just give you a particular price, and at the end of the day, when you start building, they will tell you, no, it cannot be enough, or we do not add this, we do not add that. And these are the things that the professional would have taken into consideration from the get-go and give you that, okay, this is your bill. You understand? This is what you should be working at. So, and some people, this is what even cause structure that they will start and to take them like 3 years, 5 years. In short, in some cases, abandoned, because when somebody that is not qualified tells you that this project you want to do will cost you 50 million and it's supposed to cost 200 million, and you've gone to borrow money from the bank, 50 million that you need to pay back, and you start the project, probably it's 3-story building, and you are not able to build past the ground floor, right? You need to pay the bank. So you have to suspend that and start looking for money to pay the bank.
I love the fact that he keep laying more emphasis on soil testing. He said if you don't get the right soil for your foundation or your building, it's going to affect even both the structural design that they're working on and all of that. Now, I want to say warning signs can sometimes appear before a structural failure occurs. What are some key indicators that a building may be structurally unsafe?
Okay, so when you begin to see a building tilting, you know that something is going on from the foundation. When you begin to see cracks at the column point, at the beam areas, you know that there are structural defects on that building. And for high-rise buildings, there is need to call professionals to monitor your building. The surveyor can help you monitor the building to tell whether this particular place is already tilting, because for high-rise buildings, you might not see those defects in time. It's easy to see it with 1-story building, 3-story building, but for high-rises, it's hard to tell in time. So you need professionals. Regularly do your NDT, regularly monitor your building, the alignment, the horizontality, everything. So that way you know in time. And when you know in time, these same professionals will guide you on remedies to put in place so that such structures will not come down.
Yes, you've watered it. So let's just look at it, because maintenance culture in Nigeria generally, I can say to some certain degrees, it's kind of bad. And all of these things you've mentioned now, some people don't even bother doing it at all. So how can homeowners then ensure that they maintain their buildings to avoid any form of deterioration? Because at the end of the day, yeah, there could be signs. Some of them might be doing it, but probably they're not doing the right things enough. You understand? They are waiting till when they now start seeing cracks on the wall and all. So how can they ensure that, yes, they put proper things in place?
So the very first thing that I would say is that after a project is delivered, there is need for creating a maintenance schedule. Very, very important. So it is this maintenance schedule, and it requires the use of all qualified professionals. So you know that, okay, after so number of years, you need to check this, you need to check that. After so number of months, you need to check this. So you have to be carrying out that schedule very well. Then another thing that we are yet to do in this part of the world is that after construction, it is very, very important for us to have an as-built drawing. So there are usually a lot of changes as construction goes on. You change where your plumbing pipes are passing through, probably because there's a column affecting it or whatever. You change where your cabling are passing. So you need an as-built drawing so that even after the people that designed the building or that constructed the building are left, anybody that is coming into for maintenance, they know where what is. You know that, okay, there's a cable passing through this place. You know that there's a pipe passing through this place. They know that there's a column here, we cannot drill through this place. Like, it is very important. So you need your as-built drawing, and you also need your maintenance schedule.
Yeah, so many construction defects often trace back to early stage decision. You've mentioned like it's from the foundation, the soil itself, that most of these things always happen. So what are the most common mistakes property developers and homeowners make during construction?
Okay, without talking about the soil investigation again, the execution really matters. You see, your carpenter can shape your structure, You will not you will not believe. So if you don't execute properly, if you don't make sure that you supervise, there is no artisan that is minimal or that you can ignore on site, because if you cannot tell how high that whatever they are doing will affect your building. Now, if a carpenter that's supposed to do a 9 inches beam, for example, and he didn't complete, maybe he did just 7-inch beam, it's going to affect the quality of that beam. And over time, the beam that's supposed to carry load will be tensed and it's not be strong enough to carry the proper load. So supervision and using the right qualified team members are always necessary.
All right, before we allow you go, looking ahead, looking into the future, because we all need safer buildings to stay alive. You understand? If not you, somebody else might erect a building, and someone might fall victim of whatever might happen. So, what should we do to ensure that, yes, you said all of these things, but above all things, both government agencies, individuals, everybody looking into, having a building of their own in the nearest future, what should be the practical steps that we all should take to avoid further collapse?
Okay, so now when you have an individual who wants to build something, I want to build, though I am not in this field, you call a professional, and trust me, a qualified professional will guide you, will advise you. The different set of team that you will need, they're going to advise you. Now, when you meet an architect, for example, and he tells you that he wants to design this, the architect should not say he also wants to be the engineer of that property. So you need the right team, from the architect to the engineer to the QS to the land surveyor. You need the right team, and you need to be sure that, okay, these people will give me and they will guide me properly. So whatever cost is going to be, you don't look too much into it. You need to know that you are trying to build something that will not take lives later in the future. You understand? So I think having the right and qualified team is very, very important.
Thank you so much, Mr. Victor. Do you know, Mr. Victor, actually, it took me back to school when we were studying biology, whereby they would teach us about different types of soil for plants. If not, your plants will die. So in this case, it's about building. If you don't get the right soil testing, the building will collapse.
Yeah.
I
think I think for most people now, they might not even know that there's anything called soil testing.
Exactly.
I think if you go on the street and have in Nigeria and they'll be like, soil testing, they're like, okay, is it that when you want to plant seeds? You understand? Because many people would get to know about this, but it has been an insightful discussion. And thank you so much for joining us on this conversation today. And I'm quite sure everyone who has watched, from individuals who want to own homes to government agencies, because this concerns every one of us. So I'm quite sure each one of us, we've picked the ones that, because I want to own a home one day, and if I can afford you, who knows? All right, so Victor Oshinaki has been on the conversation so far, and it has been insightful. So in case you missed any of this discussion earlier, you can always play back, watch, learn, and also share with others as well. I know on this show is in different segments. Having Adim now talking about this, it's very important that you get to know about the consumer corner that we bring to your screen at every time on real estate today. So right now we'll be going into consumer corner, where we educate you more on some tips that you necessarily need to know when it comes to the world of real estate. So just enjoy these clips as we will be showing you pictures that will be displaying on your screen right now.
welcome back. That was Consumer Corners, things you really need to know if you are a builder or a property owner. And most of the stuff being projected, most of it are being said by Mr. Victor right now. Testing the right soil, getting the necessary material, building material, which are very, very important, and getting the right professional people to do your job.
Yeah, that cannot be overemphasized seriously, because at the end of the day, that will save with stress, not just financial stress, but even mental stress and psychological stress, because nobody wants to lose anyone. The trauma you face when building collapses, it goes beyond you losing that building, but how about the lives and the record that will be like, oh, once upon a time your building collapsed. So please don't let us cut corners. Let us do all that is necessary to have safer lives, safer buildings, and safer communities out there. All right, Elizabeth, any parting word?
No parting word, and just do the right thing at the right time. Just like Iremofe says, stop cutting corners. You don't have to cut corners to get whatever you need to be done. You just have to do the right thing at the right time. Get the necessary people that will help you do the necessary thing for your building, and you will be fine.
And at the same time, it's very important that you know that you have to maintain your buildings. Maintenance is something that we have to imbibe as Nigerians. Hi, I'm Iremofe Koforola, and trust me, if you want updates, insights, and every government policies on real estate, this is the program you shouldn't miss. And if you've not subscribed across our social media platform, Facebook, X, TikTok, trust me, you just have to do that right now at ConsumerHalla. Till the next episode, Elizabeth.
Yeah, to the next episode, we are saying bye for now.
Hello lovelies, welcome to Screen Time, where entertainment meets insight and every conversation comes with a great soundtrack. Here we bring to you exclusive interviews, our top 5 countdowns, celebrity of the week, and the latest movie release update. I am Iremofe Koforola, the one and only, the man not excluded in wealth and strength. And if you are very conversant with this show, you know that yes, I'm not always alone, because it is not good for a man to be alone. I am with the one and only, the ageless Kikelomo Achibola.
Anyway, I think you just had a new title, the one and only.
Yeah.
I thought it was just you packing. God, I beg you. I'm done with you. Anyway, thank you so much for joining us for Screen Time this evening once again on ConsumerHallaTV. And if this is your first time coming across this beautiful face. Get that. Please do not forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla, and also head over to our other accounts, Instagram, Facebook, X, ConsumerHalla, and our TikTok, ConsumerHallaTV. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Kikelomo Ajibola, and today we are celebrating one of the most important people behind every unforgettable party, the DJs. They are the ones who set the mood. They keep the dance floor alive, turn ordinary moment into lasting memories. And if there is a bad DJ at the party, trust me, that party is going to be so boring and really upsetting.
Oh, so, absolutely. I mean, what's a party without a DJ? And people being called the life of the party. If there was no music or sound, they wouldn't be called that.
Exactly.
Anyway. So, are you the life of the party?
I am.
We will know today. We will know today. But beyond the flashing lights and the booming speakers lies years of dedication, musical knowledge, technical skill, and the incredible ability to connect people through sound.
And our guest today has spent nearly 3 decades doing exactly that. Born for Lahomi or Jebode, popularly known as DJ Fusion. He is an award-winning disc jockey whose unique style has made him a household name in Lagos entertainment scene.
From weddings and birthdays to corporate events, concerts, and unforgettable high-life parties, DJ Fusion has built a reputation for delivering memorable experiences not just playlists.
And today we will explore how DJs influence music, shape culture, support emerging artists, and contribute to Nigeria's thriving entertainment and lifestyle economy.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, please join us in welcoming the one and only DJ Hussein to Screen Time. You will love this. Yes, I promised you guys that you are going to love this. So it's about that time you got something to sit on and let's have some moment together. So Emeka call Nkechi call Abibat because it's about to go so wild. Yes, it's Sound of Music this time today, and we have DJ Fushin with us in the studio. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for honoring the invitation. I will look forward to a beautiful conversation with you. My pleasure. Let's go.
All right, so first to begin with, I would want to know how you coined that name. What made you decide that that was the name you're going to use as a brand name, and at what point did you decide that this was what you were going to do?
Well, I grew up into a home where I have a music loving parents. That's initially. So fortunately for me, our elders sister feel the same passion too. So when she goes to a party, she carries me along. And as the last child of the family, it gives her the grant from parents that okay, you want to go to a party, okay, go with him. So it's not like she'll come back late because she has a kid there. So being a party boy since adolescence, my love for music just came.
And what about the name? How did you come up with the name?
Well, it came from the street, boys and activities. Before I could start the career as a DJ, there is this popular Asian movie, Shaolin movie. There is this particular character, smart actor. I love that character. For that character, I watch the film often enough. So a friend of mine, Shati, I would say, he looked at me and wanted to call me because I was still watching the same movie again, while he just angrily said, Fushin, let's go. Oh, interesting. People were laughing. So unconsciously, friends around just picked it up and it went like that and like that and like that.
Oh wow.
So that's all.
That's a very interesting story right there.
Wow.
And when I heard the name, I said it sounded something like something from like Asia or something. Yeah. So it's very, very beautiful to see that it was something like that. But when people think of a DJ, they often assume it's simply about pressing play and pause. What's the biggest misconception about being a professional DJ?
Well, like you said, people think it's about pressing buttons, which of course it is not about pressing buttons. So if I would understand that question precisely constructively, I would say it is easy to play music. But like you have a function, the first thing is like you are being evicted from your outlet, your showroom or your shop or office or whatever. You have to load your vehicle, convey your way, traffic challenges and harassment from whichever. Getting there, you'll be tired and you start setting up again. And after that, you start playing. In some cases, some ideas will have faded away, but with time you need to just put yourself back together. That is why punctuality in the game is very, 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 very important. Of course, so it's not about punching buttons, it's about conveying yourself down to the venue and back. It's quite one of those things that seems to be challenging about it.
So the misconception people have now is because you look at it, people will say, I can sit at the comfort of my home and start blasting music from the corners of my room. I don't need a DJ. There's playlists I can go on, especially in this world of digitalization whereby yes and all those. So with that, what sets you apart from another person that can create their own playlist and say, okay, oh, I'm not a DJ, but I can play song, but you are a professional. What's the difference between both of you?
DJing is a craft. So you bring in different musicians, different occupation, genre of music together. You know, you can't just, you know, transition from one song, kind of a beat, into another. And at the end of the day, people would think they are still listening to one song for like 30, 40, 45 minutes. And they were just feeling it. So in the way your transition proves you as a professional. How the entry of one song and the exit of the other one. You know, how you relate to them. So that is where it is proven. That is where the crafts really prove itself. That is where you prove yourself as a DJ.
Interesting.
Oh, let's take a look at Afrobeat because it has evolved over the years. And as somebody from your perspective behind the desk, how have both this sound affect the audience over the past 5 years? Do you think there is there's a difference to the way the sound has been? There's a difference between how they respond to the previous or the current one. What do you think about it? And how easy is it to transition from the old Afrobeat to the new one currently?
If you say from the old Afrobeat to the new one, it is more than 5 years. The transition has been more than, I can say 10 years, if not more. So in the recent 5 years, which you see, it's still like the same
kind of music,
going on. And one thing about, let me come down to Nigeria artists. It is a common act. It's a common thing because, to be frank, not all those artists are professionals. So when one like inspirational artists come up with something unique, you end up seeing like 15, 20 artists maybe using that same beat or the same voice, you know. So at the end of the day, we have more music that ever are giving us the same rhythm.
Yeah, the same sound.
The same sound, you know. So cases like that, Afrobeats have really dominated the industry in a long time. So, and it has affected people's mentality in a way. Let me just say it that way. It has affected people's mentality because music is a spirit, it's the food of the soul. So what you listen to determines your attitude at least by 15%, if not 20. So Afrobeat has really taken a larger portion of the industry, like the Fuji and the High Life.
Aquala,
the last prominent Fuji musician, I would say, came up maybe in the middle 90s. We don't have any current strict Fuji musician.
Yes, it's now a fusion.
You know that. So those that were supposed to be the new era Fuji musician ended up going into the Afrobeat.
Call it Fuji Afro now, you know, it's a fusion.
You can't say Fuji, they use the Afrobeat and with the Fuji tone.
Yes.
So we can still even call it Afro High Life because like artists from the East, South, South, they do it like Afro High Life, most of their own genre of music. So we have few of our own there, like we said Fuji Afro, but we call it Afrobeat.
Yeah.
All right, interesting. Because there's something I've been meaning to ask, and you know, I go to parties, even if I love being at the comfort of my room sometimes. But whenever I go to parties, and you made mention of transitioning the other time, how do you get to read the room? Because sometimes you might have different demographics of people. The age might be different. You have younger people in the room, you have older people in the room, and they don't belong to the same dispensation. So how do you know, okay, let me transition from this kind of music or this kind of atmosphere into another one? So how do you do all of that? How do DJs just know that, okay, this is the one that is meant to come, or how do the arrangements work?
Like you said, you gave me an example, age group, So the predominant age group comes first.
Oh, okay.
So when you are even sound checking, you are observing the people they are doing, and their ethnicity really matters too. The larger numbers, those that are there, maybe Yoruba, Hausa, Igbos, they are what do we call their standard? Maybe the rural or the suburban or the elites. So you definitely everybody you can't just get to a party and start dancing. People first interact those that have seen themselves in a while and all that. So you come up with something soft. In the process of that you observe, you're proud. So we have what we call contemporary music. You take them to the native, whatever, depending on the number of those that you have already observed. Like let me say for adults, you have gathering of adults by 70-80%. You go into their native songs to give them the drive. And probably maybe after they must have dined and wine, spirit and alcohol, liquor plays some roles people's mood. So you drink, even if you consume music, you start drinking and you get excited. So in the course of excitement, you seize that opportunity, start grooving them. They stand up and start going wild. So the age group and ethnicity and caliber of the gathering will determine exactly what you should do. Don't play at your own interest. You are not a professional. So you need to observe. So that is the job.
Of a professional DJ compared to you playing it in your room.
Now you know,
like, yeah. People always like it's a DJ work. Everybody can do, be a DJ. So it's telling you now that it's the technical job. So
it took me remember just the time a friend of mine was going to have an event. So he was trying to put everything together. Somebody volunteered. They were like, "It's not a song. I can play song. Don't worry." Thank God they had the backup. Because and when he started, like he said, the transition, we did not even understand what was happening.
Just playing everything.
But the professional DJ was on standby. I just said, please start coming. And when he arrived, everything changed. So
and hence the price of DJs these days. Because the price has, it is really, really different compared to maybe the last 10 years. And people are still complaining that, but then we'll get to the price later. Let's quickly ask this question. When they say we plan, but God is the one that is the master plan. Sometimes you already have a plan for where you are going to, how you want to, do everything. And when you get there, things change. What is the most challenging crowd you've ever faced? Or what is the most challenging that has ever happened to you at an event?
Most challenges that are faced by some DJs, most DJs. Initially, you might get disappointed by one of your gadgets. That's one. It's a rare thing, but for a DJ that is on the negligence part, mostly experience it, because before you go out, you need to just sound check the condition of each and everything. And along the line, maybe out of 4 speakers feeding your crowd, 2 just
went off
like that. So those ones are one of those challenges. But the challenges you're actually asking about is the crowd. When you find yourself among disorganized people, you tend to have problems. People that are, let me say, people that are on the low side are people that are mentally selfish. They will come to your desk, DJ, people are already dancing, they see people dancing, and maybe few of them out of 100 people, 10 people are telling you change the face of the music to their own interest. Because maybe they have an higher influence in that circle party. So you will have to ignore, that is where your morality comes in. You can't say, get out, please, I beg, you're wrong, you just say, make we feed these people first, You have to just convince them. But some people, maybe on liquor, they must have, you just say, okay, you carry come here, when you eventually end up playing their own interest, those people at the back, they won't know the cause of
Why you change the music?
They will just mention any DJ. You think they are only you now? You know, at that point in time, you are really tempered, but you have no choice. You really need to, because in my own case, when people turn around me like that, I just point like them.
This is the mastermind.
See not them. Some people will just come, face them, wahala. But face yourselves.
Leave me out of it.
Rather than them giving me attention which I don't deserve. But in a case like that, contemporary music, I always say that it's important that the music that is actually common, you have to bring them together. So that is what I do. You know, like the Lagbaja, any Abuki, the dancer, so you know, you can just take them back down that lane, and they will, first of all, you now start putting in some old contemporary songs. They will now come back again. The tension will have gone. There are strong music in the list so far, in history list, still vibrant till now. So that is how the best we use.
All right, so let's look at it in another way. I would just want to know, because the monetary part is very important, and you know, you're looking at how, you know, the world of DJing generally, how it affects the economy and all of those things. So looking at it, how lucrative, because there are people that will tell you, I'm just a DJ, they don't do any other thing. How lucrative is the industry now, and what do you think that stakeholders, government agencies, or people generally need to do to ensure that, yes, the industry becomes more lucrative?
You can't be a DJ and be a DJ as far as the economy is concerned. First reason is the DJs among the DJs. You know, what is it called? The digital era has really changed so many things. Unlike the era where you have 10 DJs to a gadget of 3. What I mean is, there are 10 DJs, they are professional DJs, but only those that have gadgets among them.
Just 3.
Are 3. So, you know, when you get a party deal, you have to go to that one DJ that has the gadgets, and you have to take it there. Then you still, like, because then it was the era of the vinyl I'm talking about, like the late 80s and the late 90s to the late 90s and early millennium. You know, it's the vinyl thing, you bring out your music from the box, clean it, you know, put it on this thing, put your stand in, so that the era where you carry, where 2-3 people carry music into the vehicle. You know, that was it. So then DJs are actually not that many. So, you know, one DJ can do 3 clubs, and you know, decide the date, the time and all that for the club owners. Unlike now, the digital age time, you know, when the CDs came, you have more numbers of DJs, and now you can just have your laptop. DJs are everywhere. You can see 5 DJs in one lounge getting peanuts. You just want to be somewhere. So in the course of that, you know, the client and a club, a lounge owner will just, like, if you are given a price for your service, they will look at you like, DJ Kasabubu, how much they collect for our hand. We will call you, don't worry. You know, killing the value is majorly caused by the change in the system, from the days of analog to the digital age. You know, mix made easy. That's what we call it. So many people are finding it to get a job, you know, get a laptop and start. There's this common software called virtual DJ. I just go to a party and the deck is there waiting for the sound engineer set up. You just put your laptop and you play, and people, you know, some people, and actually as well, this age, the Gen Z, what do we call it? You know, they need an identity for their possession. So they mostly, you know, the people that like going to party, they love music. hide under the guise of DJing. They have money to get gadgets, to buy it, so they have it. So they just feel like going to a party worth of like 350, 400,000. So I just collect it for 100,000 just because you just want to have the fun. So you as a professional, you're giving your bill and you go like, why are you so expensive? What is wrong? Is it not to play? So that area is actually frustrating and it's happening. But that is where you just have to be creative in your own way, innovation. As the system changes, you have to swim along with the tides. So make use of the system in your own way. It will always move.
All right, sir. I think over some few years back, DJs are always the one that plays recent songs. If you want to hear one of the most recent songs, you probably hear it at a party or on a radio, stuff like that. But social media now creates overnight viral publicity. Songs are blowing on social media. Do you think DJs are still responsible for these viral music, or the algorithm is now beginning to replace that aspect of DJing?
No matter how viral music goes on the social media, if it is not introduced into the club, the lounge, into this middle of people, it will start in the media and it will end there. I will tell you, you might go to a party, like you are not a DJ, you attend the party and you keep hearing the music of like for about 2010, 15, 20, and no current song is being played. Why? Because that list is grooving those people at that point. They are not interested in whether the music is latest or is an old song. The music is lifting them. That is what they want. They don't want to know. So for a music that goes viral on the internet, it can live there for a while and die there. Who is the artist? So your credit and your profit only comes through the internet, not on shows. So DJs are still part of it. They are still part of that. They own the street. We determine the music that survives in the street. We determine how it is being embraced by people, not by persons. When people are together, when they hear the music, it brings them together. We, in most cases, determine that effect among the people. So we still have a role we are playing as far as that is concerned.
Sorry, you mentioned it earlier on, talking about the fact that literally anybody can probably download some softwares to play at parties, and I think some DJs have even been called out online and saying, "Oh, you are not doing DJ, you are using a particular software." Are you saying, or do you think people don't really understand the art of DJing anymore, or they are not even learning? Because I know that DJ used to be like, oh, you want to go and learn probably for organizer, or like you are learning like an apprentice. But now, do you think people don't really like go for training? They just be like, oh, I can actually just do this online, just start playing this thing online, and then I'm good to go. And how do you think that this will affect the industry?
You can do it. You can learn your DJing online, but if you don't go to the field, you are only playing. You can't make anything out of it. You can't be respected. You can't be called a professional DJ. In every course, like the banking industry, engineering, and the rest of them, there is what we call free practice. So let me take Solani Baj, for example, that lady that, one of those DJs actually learned so quickly and all that. She went on tour in the grace of the big brother.
Yeah.
She got on deck in one of those events, which allegedly was said that she didn't touch anything and she left. She actually had a problem with the manager, and that one was like saying things and all that. If actually that is true, yes, it happens. Because you learn in the plastic way, and you want to come and move a crowd, and you end up meeting. She claimed that the controller is faulty in some way, and that fault she mentioned, it's something that can be that there's not, it's not even an alternative. It's that's one is the alternative itself. So the practical one, you can still
to use it.
if you are a DJ. At least 2-3 options are still on that board if that button is not working. But you said that one, you know, that you call that button synchronized. So when the music has a high speed of like maybe 50 and you want to mix it with music of 70, when you punch that synchronized, they are both on the same speed. So you just raise them together. See, because that is not working, you now like ignore it. You like, what do you mean? You're being paid for this job. So you can just pitch it down, control the speed. That is where you need to. So that is one of them that software cannot do for you. Software cannot create people right before you, and you are bringing them together. Entertainment is spiritual. So if you don't go spiritual when you are practicing entertainment, you are not doing anything, you are just having your own fun. But for we, that okay, I started DJing for the love of it, yes. But along the line, it is profiting. It's a career at this stage, because the government itself has given us we have about two registered DJs association currently in Nigeria. So we have a license, pay to the MCSN, and we have a ID card and all that. So we are being recognized in that respect. So before you can just prove yourself as a DJ, you need to be experienced, and that software cannot give you, you know. So.
Well, you spoke about Elani Badge. Are you aware that she has a DJing academy right now, teaching people how to DJ?
Of course she will. She will. You can do that. Yeah. See, you see, we can have a, what is it called? I mean, a studio where you bring in professionals. And, you know, some school owners are school, but they don't pass through the teacher training process. And they build schools, and they put maybe
professionals.
Yeah, they put them there to do their job for them. So
that's a good one. Okay.
All right, it has been an insightful conversation. Personally, I'm not a DJ, but I've learned so much.
Exactly.
Now I understand better, and it's very good when people appreciate the craft and the heart of, you know, DJing. And so lastly, before we allow you go, because we have to go into other segments of the show, so I just want to ask personally, with everything you said, you know, some people don't want to get trained and all that. Lastly, what do you think is the future of this industry?
In respect of DJing?
DJing, yes, in the respect of DJing.
Well, DJing is an artwork. People value great artwork. A professional DJ is a masterpiece. A professional DJ is a masterpiece. So people pay for value, good value. So those prominent DJs that have been in the game for a long time, the likes of the DJ Jack, Master T, and the rest of them, they didn't just play around like they sacrificed so much, and they studied so much, and they are there. Till now, it is still there. You have DJ on deck, and people want to see who is doing it. So I'm an artist, as an academist. I studied fine art in my school days. So naturally I'm an artist, so I know what creativity is. So it has really given me an edge and opportunity in the entertainment industry and in this career particularly. Creativity makes the difference. So this is something that no robots can bring in. So it will still be there for a very long time. People want to see who is doing it. People pay for that. They love it.
Interesting.
If you say DJing one day may be taken in via AI technology, that means tomorrow Burna Boy should be on that train that he won't be
able to sing. That's true.
It can't be stopped.
Okay.
Interesting. Wow, this has been a very beautiful conversation, and our guest has been DJ Fushin.
Okay.
So now you know, and you know what else you need to know about DJing. He has said so much, and it has been so beautiful. I wish you could go on, but you know, definitely, Yorubas will say on a phone, J.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you wish I'm correct now.
I did not understand what you said though. So, can you hear me saying it properly?
Exactly.
Yeah, let's know what you say. You just speak in China, my dear.
Yeah, because I'm in DJ Fushin, so I had to go down that way anyway. Alright, so we wish we could go on, but we have to go right now, and we have to go into other segments. And after we come back from this break, we are going into the top 5 countdown today, as you know the way we did on this show. So go nowhere, you are still watching Screen Time.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHallaTV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
At ConsumerHalla TV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Wow, that was Folaomi Ojebode, popularly known as DJ Fushin, and that was an insightful episode. Segments that I so much love, and this is Screen Time, and trust me, if you did not watch that, you miss it all. But interesting thing is that you can go back to watch, and you know, tell your friends to watch this. So alright, we have to go to the top 5 countdown today. This is one segment I always love because we get to appreciate a lot of people and to show that yes, they do quite well in this space. Alright, so we are looking at top 5 male DJs shaping music, culture, and the light live economy in Nigeria today. So these guys are doing amazing well. Everyone is doing well, but let's look at these people.
Hold on, you only wrote male.
Yeah.
Why?
The main reason is because we know the space is big, but we had a male figure here. So we are just trying to look at male.
Men
DJs.
will stain your white. I
No,
promise.
now it's not men staining white. You are a DJ yourself. You can include it in the list.
But I told you the
Yes,
people are supposed to include in the list.
Don't worry, everybody's appreciated. Everybody's appreciated.
Such a very, very bad human being. But then you're saying, oh, men need women. Men need women. But then you excluded women from this department. Women do DJing very
definitely. I promise you, one of these episodes we would have a female DJ.
You must.
Definitely, and we look at female DJs doing amazing well.
Before,
Definitely.
you must do
We
that.
are
Let's
bringing
go.
a female DJ.
So we are not excluding females.
Yeah,
just because of we want to honor our guests. All right,
so
let's go.
So females, we appreciate it. A lot of them doing quite well. A lot, definitely. So coming on number 5 spot is no other person than DJ Neptune. Yeah. He is one of Nigeria's most consistent DJs, and DJ Neptune has successfully bridged the gap between club culture and mainstream music. His collaborations with top Afrobeat artists have produced several hit records while elevating the profile of Nigerian DJs globally.
Alright, and we also have DJ Consequence, popularly known as the Vibes Machine. DJ Consequence has become a dominant force in Lagos nightlife and radio scene. His versatility, energetic set, and influence on party culture have made him one of the country's most sought-after DJs.
Yeah. Interesting one. So coming on number 3 spot is no other than DJ Any Money. I love money. So DJ Any Money has become one of the most influential straight and Afrobeat DJs in Nigeria, renowned for breaking street anthems and promoting indigenous music. His collaborations with YBNL, if you know, YBNL artists, and electrifying performances have cemented his place as a key figure in Nigeria's music and nightlife economy.
And then we have the DJs of the DJs. I love this particular man so much, DJ Spinal. We also call him the Cap.
Yeah.
Globally recognized for taking Afrobeat into international audience. DJ Spinal has performed on some of the world's biggest stages. As a producer, entrepreneur, and also a brand ambassador, he has redefined what it means to be a Nigerian DJ in the global entertainment industry. And I can remember Spinal's role in Jennifer's Diary. Jennifer was actually taking lessons from him. Obviously, he needs to make this list.
Yeah, absolutely. And coming on number 1 spot is not that person than the boss himself, DJ Jimmy Jazz. I grew up watching this man, and then I think I wanted to be a DJ. But
hey. Okay.
I try to say Moonlight emotion.
It's Moonlight because you've never ever mentioned that you dreamt of being a DJ. This man.
Okay, it's a story for another day. If you everything about my life, I'll be telling you.
You must tell me everything about your life. It is a must.
Okay, I wanted to be a DJ before. Let's move on, please.
I don't like people. I cannot be a friend with somebody that is telling me what it is not. You were not. You know what to be. Yes, you love the man because the man is good, but don't. Why are you trying to cajole everything? I thought we were pushing career for acting. Now we are pushing career for DJ.
Everything. You say I'm speaking Yoruba now.
So
I'm trying to polish my Yoruba so that
you are a master of everything.
Yeah.
And that's it. You're losing focus, my dear. Alright, let's go.
Alright, without me losing focus, and coming number 1 spot is DJ Jimmy Jazz. So a true pioneer of Nigeria's DJ industry, DJ Jimmy Jazz helped professionalize disc jockeying long before it became mainstream through concerts, mentorship, and his legendary Jimmy's Jump Off platform. He has shaped generations of DJs and artists. Absolutely, he's one legend. The same way when you talk about Afrobeat, some pioneers today, Jimmy Jazz is just a man, and respect to him and for doing all that.
Ooh.
Alright, so let's go into another segment of the week. Somebody's super excited, when she sees men, and if they are DJs, she always be happy like
I'm
this.
always very happy because I love music.
Music, yeah, I was going to say that. So the celebrity of the week, the way we do it, they come to honor us, and not just because they come to honor us, we honor them also just for their artistic prowess, for whatever they do and all that. So he's not that person that.
Wait, let me curious him.
Yeah, you know that. That's it, man. That's it. Alright, it's not that person that. I love this name because it's quite unique.
Yeah.
When other people are using DJ
Jimmy Jazz,
DJ Neptune,
they are cool names, but
but he decides to go international.
Yeah, international.
So he's not that person that DJ Fushin.
I love the name. I'm so in love with the name so much.
So he is Fola Omi, beautiful name.
Yeah,
Ojebode, award-winning Nigerian disc jockeying DJ Fushin has built a remarkable career entertaining audiences across Lagos and beyond. He is known for his versatility and signature sound, and he has also performed at weddings, birthdays, corporate events, concerts, and high life celebrations, earning a reputation as one of the industry's most reliable and dynamic entertainers. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Very beautiful and a wonderful man.
Hello, and you are watching news highlights on ConsumerHalla TV. I am Iremofe Koforola. And now to the news highlights. Nigeria's fixed income market has returned to positive real yields as inflation eased to 15.91%. Government bonds and treasury bills now offer returns above inflation for the first time in years. Investor activity also surged with treasury bill and bond trading recording significant growth. Despite a national decline in inflation, 20 states continue to record inflation rates above 30%. Niger, Kogi, and the FCT posted the highest figures nationwide. Analysts blame persistent supply chain disruptions and high transport costs. In another development, more Nigerians are raising concerns over misleading product ratings on online marketplaces. Consumers say fake reviews have led to poor purchases, financial losses, and outright scams. Questions are growing over the credibility of online shopping reviews. The federal government says reports of an additional 80 trillion naira debt are misleading. Finance Minister Taiwo Oyedele says the increase reflects exchange rate revaluation and accounting adjustments. Government insists actual new borrowing remains far lower than reported. ECOWAS leaders have endorsed the Nigeria-Morocco Atlantic Gas Pipeline project. The 6,900 kilometer pipeline will transport natural gas across West Africa to Morocco and Europe. Officials say the project will boost electricity supply and industrial development. NNPC says it's allocated all available crude cargoes under the Naira for Crude arrangement to Dangote Refinery. The company says supply volumes depend on crude availability and operational schedules. Both parties are working together to strengthen domestic fuel production. Generation companies say debt in the power sector could exceed 7 trillion naira without urgent reforms. They support government-bound plans but insist deeper structural changes are needed. Operators want monthly payment shortfalls continue to threaten the industrial stability. Still on the news highlight, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has resumed enforcement of digital lending rules. The move follows a federal high court ruling affirming the Commission's regulatory powers. Digital lenders must now comply with stricter consumer protection standards. Apologies right there. Fintech entrepreneur Benjamin Dada has renewed calls for a unified African currency. He says a common currency would simplify cross-border trade and reduce foreign exchange barriers. Industry leaders will discuss regional payment systems at the Borderless Experience Conference. The Pentagon says nearly 100 American service members have been injured in recent Iranian attacks. Most have returned to active duty while military operations continue across the Middle East. Security remains on high alert as tensions between the US and Iran escalate. Thank you so much for joining us for news highlights this evening. Do not forget to subscribe across all our social media platforms on Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHalla. ConsumerHalla TV resumes tomorrow at 8 a.m. I am Iremofe Koforola. Do have a beautiful evening.